Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Yeah. Okay. Welcome to the Victoria Tea Festival Revival 2023. Yeah. I don't know if everybody knew this, but this is our 8th year doing the Tea Festival, and it is going to be the biggest year yet. We have an amazing lineup of speakers here at the Tea Symposium, which you're all at right now. It's going to start with the tea ceremony. We're going to be having a talk on the bond between tea and water. We're going to be having the tea fair outside. We have the tea ceramics gallery. It's just going to be so amazing. We're going to actually cap off the symposium with a talk about oak ash fermented dark tea from Bhutan that you don't want to miss. There's going to be a talk on common investment mistakes when you're investing in Pu-Erh. That's going to be hosted as well. It's just going to be awesome. I'm Jared Nyberg. I'm president of the Tea Society, the International Tea Appreciation Society. Today's host is actually going to be Jen.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, and we have beginning again with our wonderful guests here from the Victoria Urasenke Tankokai. Did I get it right? Okay, Chado, Victoria. Okay, all right. It's a wonderful group that we had here last year as well in a certain form, and this year we're going to be doing this on tatami. But I hope we can all enjoy the festival today, and that you have a fantastic time. And also note that we are streaming live to both YouTube and Twitch. I think so, yeah, okay, all right, so greetings to our viewers who are watching as well. We often get upwards of 800 people watching, which is kind of amazing. We'll see what happens this year. But again, a big hand for the festival and starting things off, so. Okay. And I will pass you also over to the MC for the event, for the initial part, which is gonna be Luke. So Luke and Jen will be talking a little bit more now, but I'm gonna step away.
Okay.
All right, okay, thank you.
Please welcome Luke. Thank you so much for being here. And I will hand over to you to see which way you feel is best.
And I'm standing in front of the speaker, so I'm going to move back a little bit. Hi, my name is Luke. I am a member of the Vancouver Urasenke Tankokai, and I'm delighted to come today and help out with the Victoria Urasenke Tankokai with their demonstration of a temai here, a Japanese tea ceremony. We don't call it Japanese tea ceremony. We call it cha no yu, which means tea and hot water. And what we're going to do today is a demonstration of a thin tea ceremony called hirademai. The host will be Mizuno-san, and there will be two guests today, Sakaino Sensei and Miyu-san, who owns JagaSilk. Anyways, I'm just going to be kind of off camera, and I'll explain an interpretation of things that are going on. And if anybody has any questions, if it's a burning question, feel free to ask me. But also, there'll be a question and answer session at the end, and I will try my best to make a sensible answer for you. So, shall we begin?
Wonderful.
This is an example of a tea room, a chashitsu. A chashitsu is normally a very simple structure with a tatami floor like this. And there are different standard sizes. This is a 4-mat chashitsu. Well, really it's trying to be a 3-mat chashitsu, and one extra mat is for the flowers. When a guest enters a tea room, they enter through an opening called the nijiriguchi, which is a very small door, and it requires that everybody bow really low to enter the tea room. And this is designed this way so that everybody who enters the tea room is the same class. There's nobody who's high class and low class. Everybody bows the same depth. You notice that the guests first, when they enter, they go look at the flowers. There's a place in a chashitsu called a tokonoma. And tokonoma is usually a smaller tatami or a little shelf where something of reverence is placed. It can be flowers, it can be scroll, or it can be both. The flower that's on display today is dogwood. It's from Mito Sensei's garden. It's very late in the season for dogwood. And as many of you know, dogwood is the flower of British Columbia, so it's a very appropriate flower to display. At the beginning of the ceremony, the host will bring in sweets. The sweets in tea ceremony are called okashi. We always have something, a small sweet, before we enjoy tea, because matcha can be bitter, especially in olden times when they did not have refrigeration. And so if you have something sweet before tasting the matcha, it makes the matcha taste bitter, taste better, less bitter. Notice that everybody bows together at the beginning of the ceremony, and again at the end they will do the same thing. In Cha no Yu there's a lot of bowing, and bowing is important. It's not just polite, but it also it communicates something important. Every bow stands in for a piece of conversation. The implements used today, it's called a kama. This kettle is called a kama. Traditionally, it's an iron kettle, and it's sitting on top of a brazier called a furo. And because this kama has no handle, you can't pick it up and pour water with it. So we use a bamboo scoop called a hishaku to pick up the water. At the beginning, the host always starts by purifying some of the implements. He uses a cloth, a silk cloth called fukusa. Silk is a very delicate fabric, and it's good for purifying delicate implements like the natsume, because the natsume is a lacquer ware, and if you rub it with a regular cloth, you might damage the lacquer, but silk will polish it over time. So after purifying the natsume is a container containing tea. It's made of lacquered wood. And now he's purifying the chashaku. The chashaku is made of bamboo. And again, by purifying the bamboo tea scoop with this silk cloth, he's not just polishing the silk, the wood, but making it less sticky. So when he scoops tea with it, the tea won't stick to it. This is a public demonstration of this type of tea ceremony. This is called hirademai, this particular tea ceremony. And because it's a public demonstration, it's kind of on a stage. But if it's a real tea ceremony, or if you're invited to someone's real chashitsu, often it's a very small room, which makes it a very intimate environment. It closes out the outside world. And there's very little distraction, very little, few cameras, not so much YouTube and so on. It's very intimate, and you can really focus on the tea. So to make a really good bowl of matcha, there's a couple of important steps, and he's going to do every one of them. First is that he warms the tea bowl, and he also inspected the tea whisk to make sure there's no broken tines on the tea whisk, and he inspects it in front of the guests as a gesture of respect and care. So he put hot water into it and he warmed it, and then he's wiping it with a cloth called a chakin. Wiping it with a chakin is very important, because if you do not wipe the tea bowl dry after you warm it, then tea will stick to it when you put the tea into it. So to make a really smooth bowl of tea, this is important. Warm the tea bowl and then dry it. This tea bowl he's using is it's a particular pottery style called shino. Here you see the host invited the guests to take sweets. And it's done at a particular time in the tea ceremony, because you want to have the sweets the right amount of time ahead of this tea. You want to have enough time to eat them, but not so much time that the taste dissipates. And from the natsume, he will scoop 2-ish scoops of tea. It's maybe 2.5 or 3 grams. And then he will put hot water on it. Real matcha is just tea and hot water. There's no sugar added, there's no milk added. It's just tea and hot water, and if it's good tea, it'll be really smooth and kind of sweet. The amount of water we use, we can adjust it a little bit depending on the guest's preference. That's why we take a whole scoop of water and we don't put it all in the bowl. But generally it's about half of a scoop. So it's very little water. And by scooping it out of the kama and then pouring it from the bamboo scoop, the water will cool down a little bit. So even if the kama is fully boiling, the water will not be boiling when we pour it into the tea bowl. So getting the temperature right is important for the taste. And this tea is whisked vigorously. Different schools of tea have different preferences of how the tea should be whisked. With Urasenke, we like to have a nice smooth layer of bubbles at the top of the tea. You see Mizuno-san's skill is great, so very little whisking, he made a beautiful bowl of tea. So Sakaino-sensei is the first guest. Sakaino-sensei, by the way, is my teacher from Vancouver. We came over together. I'm practicing with her for many years. I'm a very slow student. I'm learning a few things. You see that she said two things. She said to the next guest, "Osaki ni, excuse me for going before you." And she said to the host, "Thank you for the bowl of tea. Otemai chodai itashimasu." This is an important part of the etiquette. And Mizuno-san, the host, says, "I will use another bowl for the next guest." In a really relaxed tea gathering, if you have lots of time, then you just use one bowl. The first guest drinks tea, the bowl goes back, the host will clean it, make a bowl of tea. But in the interest of time and smoothness, he's using different bowls for the different guests. And you see again, he warmed the bowl. This time he didn't whisk the hot water because he's already inspected and cleaned the whisk. He just put hot water, emptied it, and he's wiping it. You see, first he wiped the edge, now he wipes the bottom. So he wipes the entire bowl. If someone invites you to tea and they give you a beautiful bowl of tea, it's a courtesy to carefully inspect the bowl afterwards. There's a philosophy in Chano-yu, we call it Ichigo Ichie, which means that this is only once in your entire life. You may have tea here again, you may have tea with these people again, you may have this tea again, but it will never be this tea. It's a practice of mindfulness. And so when you drink tea from a tea bowl, you must pay attention to the tea bowl because you may never see that tea bowl again. This practice of inspecting the implements that the host arranges is called haiken. And sometimes we do it with other implements as well. You see that the second guest is also doing haiken on this tea bowl. This is a fairly small tea room, really only 3 mats. And so when the guest goes to get a bowl of tea, they kind of just scooch forward. If this is a big tea room, sometimes we will stand and walk because it might be an 8-mat tea room. Sometimes it's even smaller and you don't have to move at all. And the second guest, Jikyaku, says to the first guest, Shokyaku, I will join you in a bowl of tea. Oshouban itashimasu. And again, she thanks the guests, the host, for a bowl of tea. This is more of the ritual conversation in Chano-yu. The guest was asking the host which tea it was. It's always a fun challenge for the hosts and the guest. The guest has to try to think, what tea am I drinking? And the host has to remember the name of the tea and where it's made. So the first bowl, I'm told it's Shino-jawan from Mizuno's family, so it's probably an antique. And Shino is a very famous kiln in Japan for making tea bowls, particularly this color. With thin tea, it's possible for the host to make many bowls of tea. And so if you're the first guest, you have certain important jobs. And one of them you just saw is the first guest asked him to finish. Ikeda-san just told me that the tea they're drinking today is the local tea, Samidori by JagaSilk. It is a really delicious tea. I have tried it twice. And in fact, I tried it this year for the moon gazing tea ceremony with my sensei. We watched the mid-autumn moonrise while drinking this tea. So when he's finishing up, it's kind of the reverse of the beginning. So first he put hot water in the tea bowl and poured it out, just to give it a rinse. And then he put cold water in the bowl and rinsed the whisk. There's a jar for cold water there. It's called the mizusashi. And it's one of the basic implements that's in the tea room with the kama. And it has many uses. One is for rinsing tea bowls. But another important use, as you'll see later on, he'll take cold water and put it in the kettle. Because making tea, the level of the water in the kettle goes down. It gets really hot. But also it means, he's saying to the guest that if you come back, there's water in the kettle. We haven't depleted the water. This temai is called hirademai. It is one of the basic temai in Urasenke. There are many different ways to make tea. We make thin tea, we make thick tea. We make tea indoors, we make tea outdoors. We make tea in the summer and in the winter. We make tea for special occasions. Every time there's a special temai. But this temai is kind of very closely related to most of them. So if you want to learn one temai, this is a good one to learn. Of course, if you want to learn one temai, you should learn many temai because you will love it. And again, if you're invited for tea and you're the first guest, you have another important job, which is to know whether or not you want to inspect the implements and when to ask for permission to inspect the implements, the so-called haiken. In the interest of time, we're going to skip this haiken of the implements step. So at the end of the tea ceremony, everybody bows again. So this is the end of this particular tea ceremony. If anybody has any questions or observations, please feel free to ask, and I will try my best to answer.
During a private closed tea ceremony, would there be music, or would it be done to try to keep a silent environment?
So good question. The question is whether there would be music in a private tea ceremony. And the short answer is generally not during the ceremony, but often before or especially after. And it's a really romantic occasion if you can invite a shamisen player to play in your garden outside the tea room at the end of the tea ceremony. So thank you, everybody.
I would just like to take a moment to say arigato, thank you so much for coming again this year, and especially a really special guest. Thank you for coming. And it's a real honor to have you speak and for us to just learn more. And thank you so much for the beautiful
I would like to
ceremony.
also mention Mizuno-san has his own YouTube channel.
Oh, great.
Matcha Samurai? Samurai Matcha? Samurai Matcha. And I'm looking forward to following it. So please, if you want to go check it out. I got one of my cameras. I recorded a little bit of his ceremony for him. I hope it's okay. Sumimasen. Any more questions? Observations? Thoughts? Anybody have experience with tea they want to share?
Do you have to wear traditional dress, or could you do this in like modern clothing?
Question is whether you have to wear traditional dress. And the short answer is no. When we go and practice at a demonstration, we will wear traditional dress. When I go practice with my sensei, usually I wear the kimono. But when I'm at home or if I invite friends over, we usually wear just relaxed clothing. If you want to sit seiza on tatami, it's great to wear a kimono. It's more comfortable. But the most important thing is don't wear tight jeans. They're the least comfortable. They get bunched up behind your knees and your feet will fall asleep.
All right. Thanks, everybody. If you have any more questions, please come up and ask. And I believe everyone will be around for a few more hours today enjoying the festival.
Which oh, yes, there's a Urasenke booth out front. So if you have questions, you can ask them there.
Oh, wonderful. There's an Urasenke booth out front.
Yeah.
So if anybody has any questions, please come up.
And I will be roaming around
Wonderful.
in kimono. So you can find me and ask me questions if you wish.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. Arigato. And I think we're going to be taking a short break before we have the next workshop coming up and speakers. So if everyone can enjoy maybe a cup of tea while we wait, and we will be learning about the importance of water and tea next. Thank you so much for coming. Tea hunting.
Well, what does that mean?
When you go travel to find tea.
Like internationally?
Yes.
Yeah, like finding tea in the weirdest
Not
places.
on my
Yeah.
own. I didn't go on my own. My companies told me to go. So
Yeah,
That's
no,
okay.
but that's okay.
Like finding tea in the weirdest places, from Africa to Bhutan.
Yeah.
the map.
Yeah, map,
Yeah, we're going to start any
something
minute.
like that.
Thank you.
So New Mexico was good?
Joshua Tree.
Oh, Joshua Tree.
Gorgeous. It was gorgeous. It was a really fun 5 days. Yeah. International family from all over came, and
Birthday party.
yeah, my friend built me a tea platform underneath the shadow of the boulder so we could sit and drink tea in the shade for the day.
Wow.
It was so nice.
Wow.
Just shift down just a little this way. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. That's great.
There?
Yeah?
Perfect.
Fun. Okay.
Joshua Tree.
Is-
Yeah.
Live, by the way.
Oh!
Just to let you know.
Oh, great. Hi,
So don't
everybody.
curse?
Welcome back. Welcome back to the International Tea Appreciation Society's Victoria Tea Festival Revival. And we're here right now with two very special guests. For those that have been hoping and waiting to see the ethics of wildcrafting with, please excuse my pronunciation, Tutsanat Siswes of the Raven and Hummingbird Tea, and as well as an elder and teacher of traditional medicine harvesting. Unfortunately, she was unable to make it today. And so we're going to improvise. And I thought, what a better way to do it than with two amazing tea experts that we have here at the festival. We've got Raja from
Ranga.
Ranga from
Blue Ocean Tea.
Blue Ocean Tea, and Pedro from O5 Tea. And I'm Jennifer, Tea Mistress. And so I thought it would be really wonderful, as the three of us have traveled all around the world tea hunting and have found ourselves in some
Yep.
wonderful and outrageous moments around the world, drinking tea at source
Yep.
and at origin. And so I thought we should talk about that a little bit today. But first, I think it would be great if Ranga told us a little bit about yourself and about Blue Ocean, as well as where you're from and where you've sourced most of your teas.
Sure. Thanks, Jen. Thank you. And thanks for having me.
Of course.
It's an honor to be here actually today. So I'm Ranga. Originally, I'm from Sri Lanka. And I joined the tea industry back in 2007. So after about a week, my boss called me up and said to take up a role in Africa. I was like, what? I was just 18 years old
Oh, wow.
at that time, and I was like, not ready at all. So I think I didn't even have my passport at that time. So 1 week, got the passport done, just flew off to Nairobi with him, with my boss, and then went to Mombasa for about a year. And then after about 4 months being in Mombasa, the election happened, and there was riots all over Kenya. So the election rigging and all those things, and the tribes were fighting. So then my boss said, you cannot be here because your work permit is getting delayed. So you should go to Malawi, which is Blantyre. And then flew off to Blantyre through Tanzania, and then was stationed there for about 9 months. It was an amazing experience that I had there with 40, 50 years experienced people in the tea industry. Then after that, I went back to Sri Lanka after that training period, and then along the way, I had a couple of experiences in Vietnam, and obviously traveled around the world for exhibitions like Gulf Food in Dubai, Sial, Shanghai in China, to Japan, whatnot. And then with the Sri Lankan situation last year, me and my wife, we decided to come to Canada. And then was searching for a job in the tea industry, walked to every tea shop with my CV.
Oh, Ranga.
I showed them I worked in all these places. I had so much of experience, and nope, didn't click
Yeah.
anywhere. So then suddenly I got a call from my boss, my previous boss, and he asked me what you're doing. I said, I'm doing all sorts of things other than tea. And he said, let me ring up my friend in California, Q-Trade Teas. And then he called up my boss now, who's Mark Carathun, great guy at Blue Ocean Teas, and called up for an interview, got the job in 1 week.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing your story, because that's you have seen a lot of the tea world and been on the ground and able to meet the farmers and see how it all comes together.
Yes. So the training period in those companies that I worked for are very traditional. Tea industry itself can be a little traditional sometimes, especially on that part of the world. So I started with blending. So everyone who starts as a tea taster in the training period has to blend the flow blend. So it was all Middle Eastern shipments that we did, and 20,000 kilos a day.
Oh, okay.
40-foot containers a day, you have to finish it. So every day a 40-foot container goes off from the company. Predominantly, so Middle East, from Malawi to South Africa, from Kenya to Egypt. So those were the networking that was happening.
So were
to
you at the
shipments.
farm? And
No, I was a trader.
okay.
Along the way, I was working for trading companies,
Okay.
but we were stationed in estates, farms, and then we used to put. Basically, our operation was we buy from the auctions. We
And
taste.
and so do the farmers send to the auction?
Oh yeah. So the operation
Okay.
happens is Sri Lanka, Kenya, and Malawi. The tea estates
Okay.
in Sri Lanka, especially tea estates, cannot sell to the exporter directly. You can, but only a very small percentage of tea goes directly to the exporter. 90% of the produce has to be sold as through the auction system,
Okay.
which controls the pricing, a fair price, right? So we have to buy from the auctions. We have to blend the teas. So what the system is, we establish standards with our buyers. So we try to match the same standard every week from the auction. So to buy 20 lines of tea, you have to taste about 500, 600 cups a week. And then if you are into low growns, which are shipped to mostly Middle East, you're supposed to check 3,000 samples, the leaf and the infusion and the cup, then buy that 20 lines of tea that you need, and then blend and ship it out. So that
Wow.
was the operation.
Oh, thank you so much for explaining that. So this is a really interesting situation. We're sitting here with our small mini panel because Pedro, you come from the opposite end of the spectrum in a way where you're purchasing directly from farmers, small scale, handmade, and you're going to source.
Yeah, or 20,000 kilos seems like a lot.
Oh, I know. I nearly fell over. I was like
And 600 cups of tea per day.
yeah, I know. I was like,
I'd
woo, that's rocket fuel. Yeah.
Actually pretty good. Yeah, exactly polar opposite.
Pedro, can you tell us a little bit about O5T
About
and
tea.
about and also maybe your tea experience?
Yeah, of course. So we have a little tea bar on West 4th.
Gorgeous
and,
tea bar.
Thank you. It's a
Gorgeous.
bar, it's like 18 seats and a long bar where you talk to the bartender and say, how you're feeling and what kind of drink you'd like, and we'll make a drink for you, which happens to be tea, and that's it. We'll custom make something for you, and the goal is to make you happy. So many of these teas have weird names. Some of these teas, the whole production was perhaps 10 kilograms or 30, or or what have you. So it's going to be very difficult to replicate. And as long as you walk out the door happy, then that's good.
So I'm interested in knowing about how you source your teas and what happens when you go to source them.
Source teas. Okay, so we work with smaller producers and middle-sized producers, but typically we just pick a place on a map and find a plane ticket that would get us closer to that place on the map, and go find some growers, knock on doors, and perhaps bring some tequila in the backpack and say, hey, I got some tequila, can I try some tea?
Oh, that's a good technique. I like that.
It's a technique. It works.
Yeah.
And then just try to make some friends. There's usually a lot of pre-work. There's a lot of pre-work. Just making phone calls and finding people on WeChat. It's insane. The apps that you have to use on your cell phone to communicate with people across the world are all of them, because you need WeChat and Line and Facebook. And depending on the country, you have to start seeing who's friends with whom. But anyway, it boils down to, at some point, you buy a ticket, you show up, and maybe bring something that's appealing, and make friends and drink tea. We're working right now on a movie, for example, with a lady. Oh, we have also a little tea bar in Kyoto, by the way, which just opened in summer. But anyway, to give you an example, we are visiting a lady called Ishimoto, and Ishimoto-san lives in a place called Tokushima. She is the last grower in Japan that makes Tokushima-style kancha. There's nobody else but this lady who makes this type of tea. She's 87 years old and she's retiring. So last year she was able to give us 3 kilograms, both for our Kyoto and Vancouver tea bars. And next year, she said, I don't know how many kilograms I'm gonna give you, but it's the last time I'm ever gonna make tea, because she's 87. So we're flying next month and hanging out with her, trying to convince her to give the recipe to a younger girl that we can bring from Huasca. And if we succeed, then we'll see. But first we need to talk to Ishimoto-san.
Amazing.
Yeah, she's a cool lady. She's a machine. She's 87 and she's gonna live to 130, but she doesn't want to make tea anymore.
Okay.
She's been doing it probably for 85 years.
Wow.
But anyway, she's great.
I think it's important that you're helping to facilitate the tradition to carry on.
It would be ideal. There's another lady that we know, Haruka Hori-san from Huasca. And in Huasca, you can get really busy during the harvest season, so spring. But in February, which is when you do kancha, she's not as busy.
Okay.
And if Haruka-san could be the young girl who can preserve the tradition in Japan, potentially take it to some other places of Japan also, that would be incredible. We need to make sure, of course, that the village leadership, and it's a small village of probably like just over a dozen people, but if the village leadership is okay with the tradition and recipe being shared, then maybe we'll have kancha for more years.
Here's hoping.
Yeah, we'll work on it. We'll bring
Cups
some
up to
tequila
that.
for those guys and see.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I agree.
The reason why I thought it would be interesting to talk about tea hunting is it's not an easy job. I've been tea hunting for 20 years now, and wherever I go, I try to make connections through friends and say, oh, where's this tea farm? If I've tasted a tea that I like, for example, one small story that popped to mind as soon as I said that, I was in Barcelona and I went into this tea shop, because whenever I go to a new city, I usually search out, I Google Gongfu tea shop or a Chinese tea shop, because then I know they're going to have nice loose leaf teas. And so I went to the shop and I asked for, I love oolongs, and so I asked if they had any seasonal oolong there, and he served me this cup, and wow, it was delicious. And it was really bright in the mouth, and it's I don't want to say it's rare that you get really exciting tea, but when you get super exciting tea, it's like,
It's a really happy
wow,
moment.
it's a moment.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my gosh.
Which shop was it?
I can't remember the name of
Okay.
the shop. And I said to the gentleman whose place it was, I said, can I see the packaging? And he handed it to me, and I was like, oh, it's from Taiwan. So I took a photo, and then I sent it to my Taiwanese family, and I said, can you find me this farmer? And at the time, I had my tea company with the Journal of Chinese Medicine, and so I would go over and source tea for them, for us. And so I asked my Taiwanese family, and they hadn't heard of the gentleman, and they're tea aficionados, and they were like, "Oh, Jen, I don't know." And I said, "No, no, no, it's really
me, it's good."
good." And so I went up, and I ended up spending the whole, my Taiwanese mom took me, and we spent the whole day there. And it was so lovely to spend time. And we drank tea all afternoon. My friend pulled out old age teas, and he only makes oolong. He was 4th generation farmer, and his great grandfather grew organic. And then his father, because the Taiwanese government gave money for the
Pesticide.
pesticides, so he started that. But then when he took over, he stopped and he went organic. And I remember walking through the tea fields, and there was like peanut shells everywhere for on the bottom.
And it was the fertilizer.
Yeah, that was a part of the fertilizer. And so I said, "Oh, can I buy some tea for the Jade Spring Teas," it was called. But he did such small scale that he was like, "I can't do wholesale."
Yeah.
And so I said, "Okay, well then I'll just buy some for me."
Okay.
And so now every year, and for some reason, a lot of people want the spring tea, but I really prefer his fall tea. So
It can be good.
oh my gosh, I
can
find
be
the
amazing.
flavor really rich
Uh-huh,
and a
uh-huh.
little bit more like dense, and I love it. And so
What about in Taiwan is that guy?
in the north, just outside Taipei, on
Oh,
that
cool.
hillside just
Uh-huh,
above
uh-huh.
Taipei. And it was really wonderful. Actually, during COVID, he contacted me to make sure my family was okay. And I really love that relationship building
Yeah.
Of course.
with tea
Yep.
hunting. So another tale was, I'll just say one more, and then I want you guys
Yeah,
to
yeah.
hop in with your tea tales, okay? So another one, my husband was on tour in Vietnam, and one of the fixers for the festival he was playing at, she saw that my email was tea mistress, and she was like, "Oh, do you like tea?" I'm like, "I love tea." She goes, "Oh, my dad is a tea trader in Vietnam." I said, "No way." I said, "I was doing some research, and I found up in the north of Vietnam." "Oh, you've been there. This is great." So up in the north, there's these ancient tea bushes. And so she's like, "I'll get my dad to organize
some.
it for you." No, so
Or
he took
get
me
it.
up there.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
So we got in this van, and I brought my husband and these 2 other people from the band that wanted to go. We're like, "Let's go on this tea adventure." And we got up there, and it was, oh gosh, must have been like, I didn't think it was going to be that far, but it was like a 5-hour drive up there. And we got up to the bushes, and they were so beautiful. And this wonderful woman showed us around and explained all the tea, and we sat and had tea. But I didn't know that in Vietnam, the tea is brewed really strong.
It can be.
Oh,
It
like
can be.
really
Yep.
strong. And I'm sipping it, and I'm going kind of like this.
Yep.
And she was like, we pour it strong here. I said, okay,
I get
let's
it,
do
yeah,
this.
yeah.
And it was just a really wonderful day. So sometimes I still, my girlfriend there sends me tea. She always sends me the lotus, because in Vietnam they have, there's these,
Yeah,
they take
lotus
the
infused
lotus,
green.
but wrapped in the lotus
Oh, wrapped in lotus
petals.
petals.
Yeah, the lotus leaf, and then or the
Yeah, yeah.
the flower, and then the tea is pressed inside, and then
Sweet.
wrapped, and then
Yeah.
it's so gorgeous, and it gives a really nice like chi feeling. It's beautiful. So, do you want to share a tea adventure you've been on?
Yeah. Starting, it's all about trading.
'Kay.
it's Pedro's story, and your story is kind of different to what I've been through in the industry.
Yeah.
So, would like to share something. Okay, I'll talk about the digital transformation of the tea auction.
Okay.
So the Sri Lankan tea auction was known to be the fastest tea auction in the world.
Okay.
They used to sell at the Outcry tea auction. They used to sell the broker was 7-8 lots per minute. 7-8 lots per minute means it's about 8,000 kilos in a minute.
Insane. Insane, man.
So the weekly auction was about 6 to 7 million kilos. So they have to finish the auction in 2 days, 1.5 to 2 days. So this when COVID happened, nobody could have the auction. because it was an outcry auction and everybody was seated together bidding for the teas and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So then
What a buzz that must have been,
that-
hey?
that
Everybody
was-
like, yelling down.
yeah, it was
Oh.
it was great. And everybody knew each other, even though they were competitors. They were laughing, having tea
Friends,
at the
yeah.
auction. Yeah, a lot of get-togethers like that. So everything just halted because of that, but because of COVID. And then so a committee was appointed within a week, because 7 million kilos, manufactured kilos, was just sitting behind without a home, and the plantations were not getting paid, and the millions of workers are not getting paid, right? So it's about it's an industry where in Sri Lanka it's about 10% of the population directly or indirectly depending on the tea industry. So it's about 2 million people. So then what happened was there was a committee. They were great. They got in touch with a company, a digital company, and then they said, we want a tea auction done just now.
Figure it out.
Figure it out. They went to India next day, because the India was a hybrid system. They
Okay.
had the outcry auction, and they had already implemented first few steps of going to a digital auction,
Mhm.
right? They studied that, came back, they made it so they improved it
Yeah.
to a level where nobody needs to come now. It's just you can just sit in front of the computer
Yeah.
and bid and buy 6.7 million kilos a week. And it was amazing. And we the first auction, the first digital auction,
Yeah.
went up to 4 days. To sell the 6.7 million kilos, it took 4 days
Yeah.
digitally, because people are making mistakes. There were so many, we were reversing the lots
Yeah.
and then putting back on sale, which wouldn't have happened at the outcry, because
Of course,
it's
it's the
illegal
first time you ever-
illegal to do that,
Oh.
to put it up on sale.
And yeah.
But digitally, we had to go through we had to change the bylaws of CTTA, Ceylon Tea Traders Association. It was a huge shift, and millions of dollars investments, and unbelievable. It was, after 4 days, we sold the 6.7 million kilos. The next week, it came down to 3 days. From the following week, it came down to 2 days. Now it's sold like almost 1 day. It's all done.
Done.
Wow. Is this
So
all
that was-
CTCT?
These are all orthodox and CTC.
Okay.
So in Sri Lanka, you get the low growns, high growns, and medium growns.
Mhm.
Is that like elevation?
Elevation wise.
Okay.
So 0 to 2,000 feet, it's low growns, which
Okay.
is in the southern parts of Sri Lanka.
Mhm.
The central part is over 4,000. That's the highest elevation, and the medium growns are between 2,000 to 4,000 feet
4,000.
from the sea level.
Got it.
So we have all those regions have different catalogs. So 8 catalogs are sold at the auction by 8 brokers.
Got it.
So it's 64 catalogs.
It's efficient. Like the work that was done was extremely efficient.
Yeah. So it was amazing. I mean, we used to come in shorts to the office
Yeah.
for auctions. Normally, you had to wear a proper attire for the auction, and you had to be like really
Yeah.
stiff and all that. So it was a lovely experience.
It must have been so important, like when you said that 2 million people depend on
Yeah.
the sale of these tea for
Yes.
their livelihood, to feed their families.
Yes.
And it's impressive how quickly that
impressive.
switched around when there was a need.
Yeah.
Well,
that
talk
peop-
about, like, we complain about governments being slow, which oftentimes they are.
Yeah.
But whoever was working there was incredible.
Yeah,
You
that's-
changed laws, you changed.
Oh yeah, everything was
Everything.
changed. Everything was changed within a
Impressive.
matter of a week.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
So if you want to buy 7 million kilos of tea, and you do it online, do you even get to try it? Is there just like a standard that you know what you're gonna
No,
buy?
it's just
or
split second. So a buyer, an exporter has
Yeah.
only for the first bid you have only 7 seconds
okay,
just to put whatever you're saying. So they're asking for, say, 1,000 rupees.
right?
You can bid 700 rupees, and then it goes.
Yay or nay.
Now my company which I work for is Ranfer,
Right.
And Akbar Brothers will come in, Finlays will come in, all these companies will bid in, Lipton's, whoever, right? Dilma will come in and
Right,
bid.
right.
Oh, wow.
So
okay.
all these companies will bid, and the highest bid, the broker has the right to sell
Right.
or take it out. Because the plantations will say, you have a limit to sell,
Right, right.
don't sell it. So then what they do is they put it out, they take the lot out from the auction, they come back after the auctions to the exporters and
Yeah.
say, there's a lot which was out, can you pay up and buy?
Right.
So that's the whole system.
Yeah, yeah. But there's a limit, so you should pay.
Yeah,
at
yeah,
least.
yeah. So the
That makes
second
sense.
bid, and so you have only 5 seconds from
Right.
the second bid to bid.
And what happens if you bid for a lot and you think it's going to be great, and then you try it and it's just not great, and you have a million?
Is there a taster
If
or
it-
somebody that sort of like quality
Oh yeah,
control?
so before the auctions, you're supposed to taste
Okay.
and put all the comments on the computer.
Oh, okay, okay,
You have
okay.
to feed all the comments.
So there's a capable person that already did the.
Yeah, so the tea tasters do that, the tea buyers.
I-
That's
okay,
us.
Okay, okay,
We taste the teas, we put the comments on the computer.
got it.
Got it.
Dude.
Yep. And then we
Okay, so
start
you've
bidding.
got a very refined palate.
Uh,
You're like a
Yeah.
New York broker, man. You're just
Yeah, that's amazing. Oh, yeah, please. Question.
Yes.
Jump in.
Both fascinated and appalled about the volume of tea.
yes.
So I'm wondering about the sustainability of soil or Mother Earth. 'Cause here, you know, we plant trees that are harvested for
Yeah.
forests, for lumber. So how, with that amount of production, how does the soil sustain its nutrition?
Yeah.
Is it chemical fertilizer or?
Yes. So, ma'am, what happened was Sri Lanka went through a shift with this current economic condition. So the government said we need to be 100% organic overnight. So before, I mean, from that shift, there were a little urge to making all the plantations organic, but it's not commercially and practically viable to do that. So these plantations have been there for the last 200 years, right? So the English, we were under the English British rule, Sri Lanka. So at that time, they started the coffee plantations at the initial stage. So then it died off. Then they started planting tea in the highlands of Sri Lanka, central parts of Sri Lanka. Then only the whole industry started by Mr. James Taylor, who was an Englishman who started the tea industry in Sri Lanka. The first tea estate is Lulkandra. That's his home and the tea estate. That's in Kandy. That's in the central part of Sri Lanka. And then, so from there, the industry had grown into this. So the fertilizer, definitely it's not 100%, I would say, chemical free. There is a component of chemical fertilizer used in the plantations because this kind of volume, otherwise you cannot reach. So the industry has built in that particular way, and the revenue is brought in, about $1.6 billion is brought into the country every year by the industry, right? For a small country like Sri Lanka, 1.6 billion is quite large.
Yeah.
So to shift from that to organic, 100% is not working out at all. So some plantations, they are starting a few organic plantations to support the ecosystem and sustainability of the environment and whatnot. But 90% of the plantations, they cannot commercially, they cannot do that.
So I think we've got 5 minutes left of this talk, and so I think this brings up a really important point,
Yeah.
and I think we've got a really great balance here, and I love your question. And what I think is really important about it is, as a tea drinker and tea lover, I personally try to find companies. I buy a lot of tea from Pedro. I buy a lot of tea from my own sources, and what I hone in on is hand-picked artisan teas that are ideally organic. And for me, a big part of it is fostering this artisan tea making, like this woman in Japan,
Ishimoto, yeah.
Ishimoko. And so if we can continue this fostering and appreciation and education, because this is a very socio-political situation you're talking about.
Yeah,
It's-
yeah,
I get that. It's
Yeah.
not like, oh yeah, let's all switch to organic, because there's so many people that's lives depend on it,
Yeah.
And
and
are
we
gonna
need a
starve,
certain
yeah.
volume
Yeah.
in order to
Yeah.
float that. Understandable.
Yeah.
But I feel for like us here in the West, for example, the more we choose to spend our consumer dollars with ethical tea sources and small batch, artisan made, it really helps to contribute to a tradition
Yeah.
all around the world. And
Mhm.
Pedro, do you want to sum up sort of what I'm saying? Because that's where you hone in on.
That definitely, yes. And the other thing that I'd like to, at some point hang out with Ranga over in Sri Lanka and go exploring.
Me
Because
too.
I'm sure that there's a bunch of
Me
like
too.
smaller tea producers.
Oh yeah,
that
there's a
make
lot.
insane
There's a
Yeah.
lot, yeah.
And like you're saying, like probably in the highlands but
Yeah.
there has to be a traditional way of making tea that's I'm sure there's both with all your with 10% of the people being involved in it.
Totally.
Yes.
I'd be fascinated in exploring that
too.
country.
Yep.
And then at some point
100%.
Malawi, man. Since you said
Yeah.
I want to go see.
I know there's such
Malawi,
tea
yeah.
adventures to be
Exactly,
had.
exactly.
Yay! So I guess
Malawi.
thank you so much for stepping in last minute
Thank you.
here and
Thanks for the
talking
invitation.
about
Thank you,
tea
Jen.
and
Thank you.
just
As
the
usual.
importance of traveling and finding tea and loving tea and drinking tea. And we're actually speaking next in about 15 minutes about the importance of water in tea.
It is important.
Yes, that's right.
And so
thanks,
thank
guys.
you all for coming and questions, and we'll see you all in 15 minutes.
Thanks, John.
Oh, and please, we've got a donation button on our site, and the International Tea Appreciation Society, we're a nonprofit organization. We run on a donation-based to
Everything.
put this everything. Thank you. To put
Yeah.
this all together, we're all throwing in our time for the love of tea, and so if you feel inclined and you love the tea and you'd love this festival to continue, we're on our 8th year. I think we're going to have close to 500 people coming through today
Yeah, and a bunch online
and online.
it's growing. So the Tea Appreciation Society
Really
sent a
appreciates.
appreciates that.
Yeah.
Appreciates you too. I appreciate you. But some of the work being done is a relationship with some of the like really cool places, like Bhutan, for example.
Yeah.
We were unfortunate not to have visa on time for some Bhutanese folks, but we had some Bhutanese tea growers coming to the festival, and for whatever reason they were not able to get the visa on time. But next year the idea is to have those people here and to bring more extremely interesting people to share with you. And you would see these guys; they're dressed in their traditional clothes and all that stuff, and they make tea with oak ash, which is pretty cool.
We're going
so
to be having a whole presentation on that
on
later
those
on
guys,
today.
right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, without them because they
Well,
could not ride their dragon
That's,
here.
I know,
but
that's too bad.
anyway,
But
that's
tho-
what your
th-
donors
donation.
contribute, and every single donation is more than welcome. And thanks for joining, guys.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, Jen.
Thanks, Pedro. Ranga, how do I say your last name?
Pulukkody.
Hi. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. And thank you all for being here today, now, in the person and on the screen. It's really appreciated. And welcome to the International Tea Appreciation Society's Victoria Tea Festival Revival 2023. We're a nonprofit organization, and we work all year to put this amazing event together. And we all work for the love of tea. And so if you feel so inclined, we've got a donate button on the screen, and it will go towards making this amazing event happen and bringing special guests like we have today here with Ranga, as well as many other international tea specialists from all over the world to share their knowledge with us here in Victoria. So welcome, everyone. Ranga, welcome. Nice to chat with you again.
Thanks, Jen.
We just did an impromptu tea workshop on tea hunting and tea travel, and now we are going to be talking about the importance of water.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to let you take it away, and then I'll ask some questions if I need.
Sure.
I like to ask questions, and also if
I have
anyone
my
here.
Google. So it's
Oh,
fine.
do you? If anyone in the audience has a question, just raise your hand, and it's really nice to have participation. Ranga, can you please start with telling us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah. So I'm Ranga from. I moved to Canada 10 months ago from Sri Lanka. Been in the industries, tea industry in Sri Lanka, Kenya, Malawi, and also in Vietnam. I was stationed for a few years there, working as a tea trader and a tea taster. After moving here, I was lucky enough to get a tea company here too. I'm working for a company called Blue Ocean Teas in Surrey. We do co-manufacturing, and we do R&D work for a lot of brands. We work with large brands as well to US. We do a lot of exports to US, which is really great for British Columbia, actually, because this brings a lot of revenue. So that's what we want to target as a company. Also, we work towards exporting stuff, good quality stuff to US. And now recently we shipped out a container to Germany from Canada, which is great. And so those things will go a long way, and hoping to do big things in the future.
Great.
Yep.
So you're going to be talking to us today about the importance of water and.
Yes.
Okay.
So when Jared called me up and said to talk about something, I just didn't want to talk about tea because it's we everywhere, and all these we have a lot of stuff about tea going on around, right? And I thought something that might be interesting would be water, because 99% of your teacup is water. So all these years when I was shipping to Middle East, different kind of tea, to Europe, something else, to Australia, something else, I was wondering why. Is it the palate, or is it the water, or why? It's actually a few factors. It's the market, the pricing, the water, and the palate of the society or the community there. So why water is, now if you take BC, every city, Delta, Richmond, Vancouver, everywhere the water is different. Everywhere the water is different, the density, the hardness of the water. Some places the water is light. The tea might take off differently. So this might help you if someone is starting a tea brand, to market the brand in a right way, and to choose the right tea to your market, to your target market. So, having said that, like when we are tasting teas in a tea room, we always um, throw the water and we take a fresh water, we boil all the time for batches. So we taste about 20-30 cups at one time, and the kettle keeps on getting changed because you cannot boil the same water because you are killing the oxygen level of the water, which makes your water lighter and the tea is completely different. So if you make a cup of tea with fresh boiling water and then reboil it again, the same water, and make it, it's different. You can try it out at home as well. So these things are like tiny little factors that we've observed along the way, but it makes huge differences when creating markets and giving the customers what they're really looking for, right? And water is branding perspective is something that a brand can use for every culture. If you're branding a tea, you can always couple with water. And if you take the Hindus, the Hindu word comes from Sanskrit Sindhu, which means river. Buddhism is something water, those river stream, is a middle path where for enlightenment. Chinese mythology is the dragon and water created the universe, right? And Christianity, baptism, water. It's unbelievable bond. So everything is changing. We talk about Ceylon tea market, Kenyan tea market, the money, the factors, the wars, and everything. But one thing that bonds us is water and blood, right?
Yes.
Those are stories that we could create in our marketing plan. I'm just giving tips.
So one bit that I for example, at my house we have well water, and it's hard, so I have a softener on it, and I also and when I got it tested, it was great. I could drink it as it is, but it had a really high mineral content.
Yeah.
So I found that my kettle was getting scaly, as well as it affected the taste of the tea. And so I put a softener on it, and then I also put a charcoal filter.
Okay.
And I found that it made the tea lighter and brighter and fresher with
Yeah.
that. And so I'm asking because I don't know, but is a lot of the water, say in Sri Lanka, is it well water, or where does the
No,
water come from?
It's mostly pipelines, the streams.
Oh, okay.
So in a tasting room, mostly the teas are tested with spring bottled water.
Oh, okay.
So sometimes the bottled water can be the worst water as well, but that is the only way we could determine the flavors of the teas what we are exporting from Sri Lanka or Kenya or Malawi. So that's a
Okay.
uniformed system that we use to determine this.
Oh, okay.
So it is not advised to take water from the tap if you're in a tasting room. But obviously the consumers in Sri Lanka or anywhere in the world, they would use, not the West or Europe, mostly the third world would use the tap water, right? So it's a little difficult when you go to market your products in those countries because it's commercially it's not viable for some countries to go for bottled water and make your cup of tea and sit down. They don't even have time, right? But if you take the West, if you're branding or if you're marketing your products, it's kind of easier because commercially people can afford to get a good cup of tea, right?
Right.
So it's kind of so this is where so this is basically the system that we use in tea
Okay.
rooms. Yeah. And so when it comes to the mineral content,
Okay.
the magnesium levels, sulfate levels, or those things cannot be taken away by boiling sometimes, but it evaporates with boiling, but not 100%. So those are the things that we need to consider when marketing your product and
Okay.
making a cup of tea. So then another factor is I just looked into why Middle East is drinking leafy teas. Where they always buy a grade called Peco from Ceylon's.
They
And
buy, sorry, what?
a Peco. The grade is Peco.
Oh, okay, yes, totally.
And they buy a grade called FBOP, Flowery Broken Orange Peco. It's a longer, wiry tea.
Okay.
When I was in Iran in 2012, I took some BOP fannings, the smaller particle teas, and I liquored there. And it was like just black. It's like coffee. It doesn't look like a tea. So they use the bigger, larger leaf to make the tea look like tea, basically. So their water is completely taking over the tea, basically.
Can you
It's
explain
a-
that a little bit more to me? Because I'm fascinated by Iran. So I'm
So their water is their water is light.
okay,
So the tea is taking over the water.
okay,
So when the leaf is larger, and if you cup it in our country, in Sri Lanka,
okay.
it'll be like orange color. So that's exactly what they're looking for. And then once you export it there, once they liquor it in their water, it's a perfect cup like what we see here, dark cup. Even can be consumed with milk. We ship those teas to Iran, Syria, those type of countries.
Okay.
And the smaller particles, the tea bag types, the BOP fannings and the CTCs, that's why predominantly Kenyan market is UK, because those are CTC teas.
That's cut, chop, tear.
Cut, tear and curl. Yeah, cut, tear and curl.
Cut, tear, and curl.
It's
so
a manufacturing method that
and
they
so
use.
it's like for the tea bag tea, it's all chopped up.
Yeah. So those teas are going to UK is because their water is hard.
Yes.
So they need
Very hard.
very hard. So they need strong teas to take on the water very
How
well.
Interesting. Okay.
So it's amazing how things work. And even here, like if you take Canada, I think across Canada, this is a large country, and even US, it's completely different area to area. So if someone is marketing their products, or if you're someone selling, you need to do a lot of research.
Oh, that's so
You need, if you
fascinating.
can, just bring down some water from that area that you're going to sell your product, and just do some testing and see how it goes.
Oh, so when you're marketing as a broker, and you're marketing to sell your tea to different countries, you analyze the water first, and then you'll know which teas would work best with the water of that country.
No,
No,
we cannot
okay,
do that.
okay.
We cannot do that legally because water cannot be sent out from a country to country. It's illegal.
Yes.
So it's a really tough thing to do. Prefer taking the samples to that market,
With you.
making the cup there, and then seeing yourself, and then coming back and doing your project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you, was that part of your job?
We used to do that actually. We used to
Okay.
go for a lot of exhibitions in Dubai, Gulf Food, Sial, China, as I mentioned to you,
Yes.
Jen, earlier. So we used to do a lot of research in their water. In the hotel room, we make a cup and see how it comes up. Yeah.
No
So
way.
yeah.
Huh.
So yes.
Yeah, one quick question for you, if you don't mind.
Yes, please.
What about temperature of water? You mentioned like you use the bottled water.
Yeah.
And you bring it to a boil.
Yeah.
But with some different teas, could be a little bit more bitter if it gets to
Yes.
such a hot, like if you boil it.
Exactly.
Versus bring it to like 85 degrees.
Okay. Let me Google this.
Was that something that you also tested, or was all the water just boiled?
Very good question, actually.
I'm going to just, for our viewers online, I'm just going to sort of ask and mention again what your question was,
Yeah,
so
please.
everybody's on the same page.
Yeah.
So this wonderful gentleman in the audience just asked about temperatures of water and how it affects the teas, and was asking that, in experience, was that part of the equation?
So basically, if you take a green tea, it's about 175 degrees. Because now you get all these high-tech kettles where you can put green tea, oolongs, and black tea and whatnot. But when we are doing a tasting in a environment in a tasting room, we do not do that because there's so many teas you have to taste in such a short period of time. You cannot viably do that. But because this will make difference for sure, it will make subtle differences. So if you take 180 to 200 degrees water, so preferred temperature for any tea is 175 to 200. It's boiling point or wherever. So it is very important, but it's practically it's kind of hard to sort of do it. And I think consumer level also, it's kind of, it will not happen 100%, right? Maybe the boiling point or the temperatures cannot be measured at home. The boiling point is the point that you're gonna just pour your water into the cup, right? But it's a very important question, and it definitely makes a difference.
Right, yeah, with respect to altitude as well.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So boiling point, every altitude is different, right? Yeah, so it's a more complex situation if you go into real detail, but if you can, I mean, if it's a brand who does that, I'm sure there's immense success.
What I like to do when I'm traveling is if I'm having a green tea or a white tea and I know that it doesn't want like a right off the boil and you want it maybe around 80, what I often do is I'll just boil the kettle and then I'll pop the lid and then I'll just let it rest for like 2-3 minutes, and then I know that the temperature's dropped enough for an easy pour. If you don't have a fancy kettle at home, I think that that's a nice rule of thumb is pop the lid, leave it for a minute or two, and it'll be great for your greens and your lighter teas.
So moving on, the clarity of the water is also very important. If you take some water from the tap to your cup, to your glass, if it's not clear, it's definitely your tea is going to be cloudy because the clarity of the water makes the tea clear. So that's very straightforward. And also the odor, the smell of water, because if you've heard about the tea taster slurp, right? So tea taster slurp is basically, it's not just tasting tea. It's about your slurping, and you're basically creating a vape from outside, and you're putting a vape out through the nose, where the tea taste is actually the fragrance of the tea that you're really feeling. So if you have a bad nose or a runny nose or a blocked nose, you cannot taste on that day. So tea tasters don't taste. If you have a cold or something, you cannot taste anything. Yes.
Well, I was just wondering, as a tea taster, then can you eat spicy food or drink alcohol? Or what else do you not do to make sure that you can taste properly?
Yeah, very good question. I shared with Jen also a story that happened to me back in Malawi. I tried to smoke a cigarette during my training period, and I got slapped from my boss. I said, why? And he said, you cannot smoke cigarettes during a training period. But tea tasters happen to be the worst drinkers, worst smokers ever. In Sri Lanka, everybody drinks, everybody smokes. But during your training period is very crucial. So it's about 1 year. You keep on tasting every day, like 200 cups, 300 cups daily. And you get your palate used to it. The earthy characters, the fruity notes, the smoky characters, or whatever. So you need to get your palate organized to catch that problem in the tea, right? That's what we do. We catch the problem in the tea manufacturing, or it could be the bush, could be anything, or it could be storing, tainted, anything. So you need to catch from that taste. So when you're tasting, in the training period, no, you're not allowed to touch anything. But soon, the next day your training is over, you start drinking. Yes, so once you get palate used to that, it'll never go away. It'll be there forever. And if you smoke a cigarette, for about 1.5 hours, you're not supposed to taste, because as soon as you smoke, you won't get anything. But after that, again, back to normal. Spicy food, same thing. You need to take a break and then taste.
Is there anything that will cleanse the palate for you?
Oh, good question.
Very good question. Actually, no. So what happens is, cleanse the palate as in to do like a exercise or something, or
To like between tastings, or if you've eaten maybe a spicy
No.
food and
Yeah.
then you want to clean the palate
yeah. So
before you try another tea.
okay. No, Jen. No. So, ma'am. So you have about 200 cups at a stretch.
Wow.
So you cannot take a break, right? So you slurp, you throw, you slurp, you throw, you slurp, you throw. So you take while you're doing that, you have to look at the infusion, and you have to look at the leaf too, because infusion talks a lot about your tea. You might be knowing that. Infusion, if it's coppery, it's a very bright, fresh tea. If it's like a dull brown, dark brown, that's a flat tea, that's an old tea. So by not tasting, you can just look at the infusion and say that this tea there's something wrong with it. And sometimes on the infusion you get black particles, which means it's reprocessed. So you're supposed to catch everything, the 200 cups in like half an hour maybe.
Wow.
So you need to keep on tasting. So that's what your palate is trained to do, and that's what you're going to do. So there's no time to take breaks, to wash your. It's good if you wash your mouth and then taste the next cup. Sometimes here we do that, because here you get a lot of not straight black teas. You get like very complex blends in North America, because tea works as an ingredient here. It's not just a tea. It's not a straight tea, because we, as in our company that I work for, tea is just an ingredient, because there's a lot of herbs going in. There's a lot of powdered blends with instant tea powders blended and
Oh, wow.
whatnot. So those are very complex blends where you need to catch every flavor note. And so for that we do, because there's only 5-6 cups you taste. So you take small breaks, you wash your mouth and taste the next cup. That's very important. But for that type of an operation, we don't.
And so just to be clear for everybody watching and here today, Camellia sinensis is when we say tea, that's all we're talking about is the Camellia sinensis plant. And so anything beyond that, say like chamomile or mint,
Yeah.
we're going to call those tisanes, just to sort of set a base for when we say tea. It's all Camellia sinensis.
Yes, exactly. So Jen.
Oh.
You want to ask anything?
No,
Okay.
I was just going to see if
Okay, time to Google.
no.
I'm running out of things to say now.
Oh, it's okay. We can.
No, it's okay. So there's the crispness of water is also important. So crispness of water is gonna make your tea tasty.
What do you mean by crispness? Crispness. What would be crisp water?
It's the mineral content of water basically.
Okay.
You get that crisp taste in water, which will enhance the flavors of tea. So if it's a dull tea, if it's dull water, it's gonna make your tea dull.
So I lived in England I'll just tell you guys a funny water story. So I'm originally from Vancouver. We have great water. Take back the tap, like it's great water. And I went to live in England for 10 years. And while I was there, I tried the tap water and I was like, oh my gosh, like really, I couldn't believe it. And so I investigated. I said, what's the deal with the English tap water? Because it was horrible. And the average glass of English tap water goes through 7 people before it goes to your cup. And so I shifted. No, it's real. So I shifted. I found in Lewis, this sweet little town. I was living in Brighton, and this man had sat under a tree, and he had this vision that there was water, and so he dug and literally found a spring at the base of this tree. And so I started ordering this spring water because it was delicious. But still, because it's a lot of limestone in the south of England, and so the water is very chalky, very high mineral content. And so this spring water that I was getting was still making my tea having that sort of dullness to it.
Yeah.
And it was noticeable, and I've learned from you today that that's what it was, because I couldn't figure out why it was like this. And so I went to Wales, and for a girlfriend's birthday, and I had some tap water, and I was quenched for the first time in about 7 years. And it's just a good reminder of how important our water is for our bodies and also for our tea.
Yes. Very important.
Because it really affects the taste, and so I'm a strong believer in good water.
Yes, and if you take the RTDs,
can you explain what that is for us?
the ready-to-drink products,
Okay.
like made out of tea,
Okay.
those are actually why it's not exported to other countries is because it's mostly water that you're shipping, right? If I was thinking, why are companies putting in every country they have the bottling plants? Even if you take like soft drinks, it's just water. And so what my point is, it's everything is water. So it's so important for any beverage how to choose the right water. Could be tea or any beverage. Water is very important. So that's why I wanted to talk about this subject today.
Oh, it's thank you, because it's the baseline.
Yes.
And if we don't have that quality baseline, and it also, because a woman earlier asked a question about the environment and sustainability, and water is essential for our well-being and life force. And so I'm curious in different places where you've lived and sourced, there's a lot of water issues, say in Africa, for example. What were some solutions that were found, or ways that you were able to work with different people to ensure that there was good water?
So in Africa, in Malawi especially, it was about 4,000 kilometers from South Africa. South Africa is a rich country in Africa. It's the richest country in Africa. So they have a good quality water. They import a lot of water. So we used to bring down water from South Africa to Malawi
Oh, wow.
to do our tasting, basically. So we do a lot of bottled water for tasting, so that standard is there, and you're exactly shipping the right product to the right market.
Okay, so you've been in Victoria and Vancouver for 10 months. What do you think of our water for your tea?
Basically, I'm just trying to do a lot of research at the moment, and doing this subject also helped me. Doing this talk today helped me to sort of trigger that urge.
Okay.
I'm just doing a lot of. I have requested water from Delta, from northern parts of BC, and there's a friend coming from Toronto. I told her to bring some water with her. I just put it in a bag and bring some water from there.
Great.
I'm just doing an exercise, so it's still ongoing actually. So I don't want to give any false information. So we're just doing an exercise now.
And I think
it's very important.
I think a big part of it as well is, there's well water, there's spring water. I lived in the Kootenays for years, and we would siphon right off from glacier creeks, and that was really delicious water. And even I live on Salt Spring, and from the north to the south of the island, all the different well water people have is really different. Like, I live on the top of a mountain, our well water is wonderful. And I go down the valley to my good friend Jim. Hi, Jim. Hope you're watching. And, you know, sorry, Jim, but his water, you know, is really chalky. And my daughter, who's 7, she drinks it. She's like, oh, Mom, it's not as good as our water.
Jim slammed the laptop.
I know. He's like, that's it, Jen.
Jim slammed his computer.
Totally. He's like, thanks a lot. So it's interesting to this topic because water is so different in every area, and I've studied a bit about the old Chinese texts, and water there is also a big deal. You know, the bubbling brook, bubbling stream is the ideal freshest water. Well water is kind of at the bottom of where you want your water from, but now in the world that we're living with, like if you have a fresh stream, then amazing. But well water, I think, is kind of our clearest water now, coming from the aquifer straight up, and there's a lot of lake water, and and that's kind of thing.
I think BC has one of the best water in the world, right?
Totally.
So
we're really lucky
that's
that
a really
way.
good, yeah, very lucky that way, because Africa and all that, it's a lot of diseases are like spreaded across
I know, it's so sad.
because of water.
Yeah.
So it's more than talking about tea tasting. It's more like a life and death situation over there.
Totally.
So
Yeah, that's a good reminder to be. Well, I guess there's something everybody can take home from this time we've shared together, is the importance of water and to show reverence to water. And I think it's also really important to ask where your water comes from. If you're living in a city, just where is my water supply coming from? And also you can get it tested. We get our water tested twice a year. And also, I think that's really nice how we spoke about Africa today, and also in lots of areas in the Middle East, and prayers for peace there right now. If people feel if they wish, there's a lot of water nonprofits that are helping to drill wells and provide clean drinking water all over the world. And I know I'm thinking it's called 1,000 Bottles is the first one that comes to mind right now, but please search on your own if you feel called, because I think we've really instilled today the importance of water, not only for tea, but for everything, for life itself.
Yeah.
So thank you so much.
Thank you, Jen.
For
Thank you so
coming
much.
and
Thank you for
talking
having
and
me.
sharing
Thank
your
you.
knowledge. I've learned a lot
Thank
from
you so
you.
much. Thank you. Thank you,
And,
Jen.
thank
Thanks
you,
a lot.
everybody.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, everybody, for continuing to join us for the 2023 Victoria Tea Festival Revival, International Tea Appreciation Society. If you so feel the need, we're a nonprofit society, and we'd love donations so that we can keep this going year after year. Thank you so much, everyone, and we'll see you in about 15 minutes. Great. Thanks.
Thank you.
correctly. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the International Tea Appreciation Society's Victoria Tea Festival 2023. We're a nonprofit society based here in Victoria. And if you feel that you'd like to help keep this festival going year after year, we love donations. You'll see a donation button on the screen here. And welcome back. So we're here and with Keira.
Hi, Jen.
Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. Keira, I'm going to get you to tell us about yourself, but Keira is a Pu-Erh expert, and we're going to get into what Pu-Erh is, and we're also today, but what we're going to start off on a really lovely base level of what Pu-Erh is, and then slowly over our talk, we're going to get into how to invest and what are good choices and poor choices in investing in Pu-Erh. So I'm really excited about our conversation, and I would love for you to share a little bit about who you are and where you're from and your experience with tea and how you got into Pu-Erh.
Okay. Good afternoon, all friends. My name is Keira. I'm from Keira's Tea Cellar. My company actually is very new. I created the logo 2 weeks ago. Just because Jared asked me to come over, and my husband said, why not you represent a company for yourself? It's my first time being Victoria Tea Festival. I usually do consultant and sourcing for different tea company before, but I have been promote Pu-Erh tea culture since 2013. Okay, so my first time, I'm from China. My first time got into Pu-Erh tea when I was studying in the medical school, in the tea and health research lab. So I was doing some research with the Pu-Erh tea, low quality Pu-Erh tea. Some people from Qinghai, Tibetan, people drink Pu-Erh tea got fluoro, like poisoned, because the tea is very low quality. So I started to drinking. Is this tea bad for people or good? And the Pu-Erh tea, and most people know it's a post-fermented tea. So fermented, I said I want to make very clear what's Pu-Erh tea. So fermented, we know there need to be some macros be participate in the process of making Pu-Erh tea. If you have an apple, you take off the skin. After a while, it's getting yellow. It's oxidized. For green tea, oolong tea, they all oxidized. But if you're making kimchi, it's a fermentation process. So it's for Pu-Erh tea, it's a fermentation. So Pu-Erh tea has lots of health benefit. I think people can look at online, like help you digest, because it has a like lots of
probiotics.
Yeah, probiotics. Yeah. So now I work main like a full job in a clinic, help people change their health conditions through their diet. But I'm also 2 kids mom, and my family collect tea, and my husband collect tea since 1997. So we said, how about we share some nice Pu-Erh tea with people here? So that's why we started our Keira's Tea Cellar. We want to share high quality Pu-Erh tea with lots of people who are into Pu-Erh tea. I promote Pu-Erh tea culture in North America for 10 years. I noticed there was misunderstanding about the Pu-Erh tea and the good quality and the raw quality. So I will mention a little bit about the Pu-Erh tea, what's good one, what's not good one, okay? So we all know Pu-Erh has 2 types of Pu-Erh tea, raw Pu-Erh and the ripe Pu-Erh. Both of them are made from sun-dried big leaves, like a Pu-Erh leaf, leaves. So we call it 晒青毛茶. In Chinese, we call 毛茶. But important is there must be sun-dry. and not when you smell the raw materials, the matcha, they don't have a nice smell of green tea. If you feel the tea smell like tea, it's wrong. In the future, this raw material will develop the wrong flavor. Well, if you want to aging, you want to do investment, it will get worse and worse. So some people don't know about that. They make the tea smell really nice, have a hint of a good smell about the tea, like a green tea smell. Easy to sell, but this tea not aging well. That's a tricky part.
And why is that?
Because in order to make the sense of tea, you need to high temperature and has a little bit oxidize process. This will kill all the living macros. So for Pu-Erh tea, we need them. We need the little living things to help us ferment it, to develop this kind of flavor. If you kill them, no one help you, right? And also you kill the foundation for fermentation. Like they have lots of nutrition, nature things grow around the tea leaves. They build kind of like a foundation, like if you want to grow mushroom, you need like a foundation. So if you use a high temperature, you kill those teas, they can't aging well.
Thank you.
So if you're looking for nice raw Pu-Erh, you must have something not smell like a green tea, not at all. And if you just go to Yunnan, go to the mountain, a trick. So everyone listen now, it's a high tip, right?
Yeah.
So has some matcha in a gaiwan, steep for 5 minutes, and taste bitter and astringent. Must be bitter and astringent. That's the quality to transfer in the future. Okay, but the bitter not go past your tongue, and the astringent not pass your throat. So astringent stop here, the bitter stop at the end of the tongue.
Oh.
So that's the tricky part. So we know, that's the good raw material, and it will become a good Pu-Erh.
Okay, so just to recount, if we've gone to Yunnan,
Yeah.
joyfully,
Mm-hmm.
and we're up in the mountains, and we're at the factory,
Yeah.
and we're trying some matcha, which is rough tea, and we taste it, and all of a sudden I'm like,
Steep for 5 seconds.
5
minutes.
We steep it for 5 minutes, and I'm like, oh, this has a really nice aroma.
Yeah. Raw.
No, right?
Yeah.
And then if it's bitter, only to the back of our tongue,
Yeah. Bitter not past your tongue.
not past your tongue.
But it must be bitter.
It's got to be bitter,
Yeah.
and then also astringent.
Yeah. Astringent stop here, but you need to have astringent.
So, okay, so this is just a question because I really love Pu-Erh, and it's interesting. It's definitely become popular over the last 10 years.
Yeah.
And I've been noticing whenever I drink Pu-Erh, I always say for the for the raw Pu-Erh,
Mhm.
I like it at least 10 years old,
Mhm.
because before then it's really bitter and
Mhm.
astringent. But there's some now where people are like, "Oh no, Jen, try this one." And it's okay before then, and it's kind of sweet, and it has these different flavor profiles, but those ones
Mhm.
will not age well.
It depends now.
Okay.
Okay. So very good questions. I will say, like for matcha, what I said is matcha standard. If you want to make your own raw Pu-Erh or ripe Pu-Erh, that's how it's like us. We are making our tea. Sometimes like we're looking for raw material. So that's the standard for people choose the matcha and make their own bench, right?
Oh wow.
So if you already choose the ripe Pu-Erh or raw Pu-Erh, it's already finished. So what's a good one? So let's talk about the raw Pu-Erh first. Raw Pu-Erh these days, when we have 2 types of raw Pu-Erh. One is the traditional one, which is the formulated, and another one is a single mountain. So it's come from single area. Maybe even they say it's from one single tree, old growth tree. So that's the main 2 stream. But all the Pu-Erh tea, they must be blended. Even they from one tree, they collect the leaves from summer, spring, fall. They need the tea leaves collect from different season to develop different flavor. Okay, if without all the different season blended, the flavor will be too simple. Yeah,
okay.
all Pu-Erh tea are blended. No, like, yeah.
Okay.
And how to blend it? It's a kind of a secret. And some big factories, they have the formula. The old technician people know how to blend it, but some people don't know. Some people don't know, but they want to be part of the business. So they create a concept about the single mountain, single region. It's like same as wine, has the old country wine all blended, or new country US, it's all like a Shiraz or Pinot, like a one type of. So it's very close, Pu-Erh tea like wine.
Okay.
And but even they're from one area, they must be blended. Okay, I will see Pu-Erh is like a person. If like especially like a man, if the man when they're young, they are very soft, sweet, smooth, easygoing. I'm not sure, like when they're getting older, what kind of but when sometimes a man may be wild, have powerful, interesting. When they're getting older, will be more interesting, kind of like have lots of story
Stories to
behind.
tell, yeah.
Yeah, Pu-Erh tea is like this. So if you like something more complex, maybe you want to choose some tea has a little bit bitter astringent there, has something. And not that present, but as that it's not make you feel like too bitter, like very unpleasant. Yeah, something powerful behind, but still present.
And so so here we are, and I really like to drink Pu-Erh. How do you recommend finding a good source for Pu-Erh? And I think it's important to have a source, but then also from there, if you're going to, like, for example, let's go to some of the pieces you've brought here
Okay.
today with you.
Okay. So, okay, I can talk. So, I've spent lots of money to buy Pu-Erh tea from different sources before. But if I like it, I buy. If it's not aged well, I drink it 3 years or 5 years. As long as I enjoy it, it's fine. But for business, you have to be invest wisely, okay? So if you want to invest more money into certain amount of Pu-Erh tea, I will recommend choose a brand has a stable standard. Because, for example, this one is from Dayi. It's the top #1 brand in China. It's a Pu-Erh tea brand. So this brand, Dayi, owns Menghai tea factory in China now. So in the old time, Zhongcha company has mainly 4, like a Kunming, Menghai, Xiaguan, and Fengqing. So now it's mainly Menghai is the biggest one. Xiaguan is still popular, but Fengqing and Kunming started to fade a little bit. So if you're looking for, I would say maybe Xiaguan or Menghai will be like they still have all the secret how to make the nice Pu-Erh tea, and they have a big fermentation pot, has exist for 100 years or maybe decades. So they have good fermentation foundation to support dry Pu-Erh or raw Pu-Erh fermentation in the process. And if you want investment, sell and resell, people need to see how the tea flavor grows. So you want to see your same products, but same recipe, same formula, but a different year. The flavor change. People see the change, and they're willing to buy new one and sell the old one, right? If something you only exist 1 or 2 years and a very small quantity, it's hard to resell. It's okay for yourself to enjoy, but for business, it's hard to resell. Like so, that's why like for Pu-Erh tea investment, raw pour, I will highly recommend some of the formula. One is 7542. It's the most classic raw pour formula. So 75 is represents the year, the create this formula.
Okay.
4 is mean this tea, the most the tea Maocha material is the 4 grade. But they also have a 3, 5, 6. They mix different
Okay.
grades, but the 4 is the majority. And the 2 represent for Menhai factory. Okay?
Ah,
So
okay.
7542 is kind of the mother formula for most raw pour. Other raw pour is all try to find out something, make a little different. But this is the foundation, is the mother. Okay, so if most stable and most well turned. So if you want to invest, the first piece is 7542, and later for raw pour you can choose 7532. Okay, so the smaller number, like the third one, the smaller number, the tea leaves smaller, more close to bud, and the bigger number, the leaves is older, like have a little bit more stem, bigger leaves.
And would do you prefer the smaller leaf or the bigger leaf?
The different, it's very personal.
Okay.
So the bigger one has a little bit more fiber and a little bit sweeter. But for a smaller one, it has more high nutrition and a little bit astringent and bitter, more interesting. So the middle one is, I would say, more full body, more balanced.
Okay.
Yeah, it depends. Like for, I do like some really old, like a big number.
Could you tell us a little bit about storage? Because there's 2 different types of storage. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Because I think that if you have a collection,
Okay.
how you store it is very important.
Okay, so old time when the tea party sent to overseas, they have to Taiwan or to Indonesia. The weather is very humid and wet and hot, so they kind of wet storage. And Kunming is where it's relative dry. We call dry storage. We highly recommend the dry storage, and the humid need to be around like 60%, and the temperature you can go 18 to 30-ish. So let's create a good environment for the Pu-Erh tea to develop. And Vancouver, the weather, the temperature a little bit cold. Like for us, some tea we put the shelf above our fridge. The fridge a little bit hot.
Yeah.
Yeah. So above the shelf, above the fridge. And if you want to keep the wet, you can put some the kitchen towel, wet kitchen towel, put on a big plate and open on surface. It's to keep the small shelf kind of has enough humidity. In Vancouver environment, very easy. You don't need any machine.
Something that I know from my own very small collection, very small. I like to say buy 2, one for tasting and one for aging, and then that way, and you can sort of taste to see how it's coming and whatnot. And so, in Canada, I find because we have the 4 seasons, I just always leave them in my tea house, and I worry that because it gets really cold in the summer, and then it's not really going over 30 much in the summer. But does that affect the storage, do you think, from it? Is that okay that I leave it there, or should I stick it in a more consistent place? Like,
it's okay. Like 18 to 30 is big range,
Yeah.
and they just aging a little bit slow.
It'll just slow the aging
slow
process.
down. Yeah. But the one thing you need to keep a shelf is not sealed. You must have airflow, and avoid any lights. No lights. If you put somewhere exposure to sunlight or big light, it's bad things for Pu-Erh tea. Yeah. So it's no light with airflow for storage. Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about these ones you've brought to show us today?
Yeah, one thing is the 7542. That's
Okay.
why I said it's if you want to invest some raw Pu-Erh, it's the first choice.
Okay.
So
And that's 7 discs. So that's a tong?
yeah, It's
So
a
that's-
7, and I have 7 pieces there.
Yes.
Yeah, and my company logo also is a little bit Pu-Erh tea there in the middle.
So and that's how usually if you go to Yunnan and buy tea, you would buy it by the tong. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
And if you really want to do a little bit investment, don't buy one. I would recommend buy 2. For resale, we don't really sell just 1 piece or half, right? At least you have a tube, 7 pieces, and you have 2 tubes. So one is for yourself, and you buy with, for example, a tube, $500 for one. And after 10 years, it's become $2,000, right? And you still have 2. You can sell $2,000 and get the 1,500 as earned, and to buy some new Pu-Erh tea.
Nice. Okay.
Right? That's how we start to make money. You have to always buy extra, and you are able to sell, but still have something left for yourself. If you just buy one, then to work, you only enjoy for yourself until you finish. But if you want to make money, resell, investment, as the money go in and bigger, you have extra to share with other people.
What are the 2 discs you have behind there?
Okay, so something I want to share interesting like investment. So for example, this is Da Yi. It's a piece of 金色韵象. So this tea at the beginning is not marked as 7542 or anything.
Okay.
So when they come out, the price is not cheap, and also kind of some people not sure it will worth investment, right? And we invest some, but turned out just 10 years. This tea developed really good flavor, and become this is very popular in China. So this one now is before was I would say like 1800 renminbi. So less than 400 Canadian dollar for one new one. It's quite expensive,
Yeah.
right? For one piece, it's already expensive piece. But now, only 10 years, this one is 2,700 Canadian dollar.
Wow.
So this one was increased really quickly. At the beginning, lots of people not look this one is a good one. This
Yeah.
not this one didn't say 7542 or traditional package, but that's a surprise piece. So this is because we figure out the raw material is great. So
Nice.
we take a little bit of risk. So this is a surprise investment for us. Okay.
So did you go to Yunnan and then you tried the raw material and you said, oh, this is going to be a good investment, so you
No.
bought it?
So this one is made from the Da Yi. It's made
Okay.
by Menghai.
Yeah.
So you taste the raw Pu-Erh tea when
Oh,
it's made.
Okay.
We didn't make. We don't make tea. We don't make our own tea.
No, but
Yeah.
so were you in Yunnan when you tried the first
We
disc?
just taste
Oh.
the whole cake,
Oh, yeah, but were
not the
you?
raw material.
Yeah, were you in Yunnan or were you?
In Xi'an.
Okay.
Xi'an, yeah. Okay,
And-
so that's something a good example. And also I want to share interesting things is we have friends. They have lots collection, and they put a collection in like 2 different warehouse. So it's not like on purpose, because one warehouse was full, so he transferred to another one, right? And once the old warehouse got leaking, so all the tea was damaged by the
no.
water. But another warehouse is okay. So the same collection, but in storage in different warehouse, so some are being protected, not being damaged. So they saved their investment. So if you invest a lot of tea, sometimes don't put at one place.
Okay.
It's dangerous.
Don't put
okay?
all your Pu-Erh in one warehouse.
Yeah, don't put all the collection in one closet. Separate them.
Something I always found interesting about Pu-Erh is that inside the cake there is a piece of paper for authentication. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Okay, so this one is very funny. This tea, they have a brother, like 2 people make it. So older one make a cake, the paper is empty, nothing inside. And when you open the package, inside has 4 steps. And the younger brother is make step outside, and inside put a red ribbon, like one thing inside. And there is no any name, no anything. They are kind of funny, right? The 2 brothers. And the list is piece is 30,000, just for one piece. It's from 2003. So if on the market, once you find a cake, empty, nothing on the face, like on the outside package, inside maybe have 4 stamps. Maybe it's made from the older brother, also expensive one. Okay, don't think it's garbage or fake one. Yeah, they are kind of a funny people. And also for Da Yi, I want to mention one thing. The owner, I met the owner, Mr. Wu. So he visit different country, meet lots of his fans. He said once he meet a top chef in U.S. This chef spent lots of his money invest by raw pour to storage, but it turned out some are really a fake one, and make the Mr. Wu really feel painful. He said people into Pu-Erh tea but spend lots of money by fake one. So he create when he came back China, he worked with Chinese bank, so uses the technique from the Chinese money, like a special technique. So into a special stick inside the Pu-Erh. So I think in the after 2000, all the Da Yi, they have a special stick there, as you can tell it's a real one, because the technique other company can't make it. It's one piece. They have to have the technique from the bank. It's quite expensive. Yeah, so
it's embedded in the cake.
On the sticker, outside the sticker.
Oh.
Yeah, if you want to visit our booth, I can show you. They have a sticker there. They have technique from the kind of money technique.
Okay.
But this one is the old one, they don't have. And then later, the new ones, they all have a sticker. Yeah. It's a big investment to do that. Yeah.
Because in the 80s, it became very popular.
Yeah.
And because it was worth so much money, and Yunnan was a farming area,
yeah.
so it was this huge influx of money and investment, and people coming from Hong Kong and Taiwan and parts of China flooding in post 79 to find the Pu-Erh. And it's a really strong history. There's some really beautiful books out there to share how the movement started. And when did you start going to Yunnan to hunt for tea?
Oh, when I was in university.
Okay.
Yeah, we did some the research with a professor.
Okay.
Yeah, and I got a car accident there. Yeah, today I wear clothes was from like a kind of Yunnan province as well. Yeah, so just a little bit tip for people who want to do small tea, Pu-Erh tea collection, like not for big investment. Just choose good quality from kind of a standard company or like a nice brand, and don't expect it will turn quickly. So it's a long investment, and maybe one day when your grandchildren like turn to tea, wow, this tea amazing. It's from my grandmother passed to me. When they enjoy it, and they thinking about it. So don't expect to it's short term, 10 years, 20 years. Okay. In China, it's a grandfather make tea when the granddaughter get married as a gift for granddaughter. But a different situation for rye Pu-Erh now, because the rye Pu-Erh, the fermentation 卧堆 technique has been developed so quickly. Old times, the 卧堆 technique, people find the tea has a little bit kind of a dirt kind of smell, feel the tea is not clear. And when the tea getting older after 5 years or 10 years, this kind of flavor fade. The tea tastes better, more smooth. But nowadays, the new fermentation 卧堆 technique is they already find what kind, they can control the yeast between the flavor. So they put a hole in all the raw material, like a bunch of a pile of raw material. Put a hole, and so like plant all the yeast into the hole, and they control the fermentation process. After around kind of 1 month, the flavor is already being rich, and it's ready to drink, and it's sustainable. It's clean. It's so for ripe Pu-Erh, don't spend too much money to buy the old one. Trust the new technology. Yeah, cheaper, and you can enjoy the health benefit, enjoy the flavor, and malty and earthy, and save lots of money. Oh, need some questions?
Please.
Yeah. So one question about the health benefits. Is there any like added benefit like during the aging process, or is there like a limited time? Like, is there a point of no return, like diminishing returns? Like after, like you said, the right Pu-Erh, like if you have the yeast, it still gives you that health benefit.
Okay.
Like, it's like 5 years or 10 years raw.
Okay, so I'm still doctor, like a kind of so if you have serious digestion problem, don't rely on Pu-Erh tea. It's not medicine. It's not probiotic supplements. Even probiotic supplements, they have lots collection, different group of probiotics. You need to find out what's the right one fit you. Okay, even you find one, your body change. My probiotic change maybe sometimes every 1 year, every 2 years, or when I got once cold, my probiotic change right away. So if you have sick, have disease, looking for doctor, okay? But for tea, Pu-Erh tea is does help like for the bowel movement because they have rich in fiber, right? Like and when the fermentation, they break down the nutrition into more easy to absorb through your small black vessel. So you are more easy to get nutrition when you drink the tea. And when you drink Pu-Erh tea, you will feel lots of saliva come out from under your tongue. It's the same when you drink it, your digestive system is release lots of digestion juice. It's help you your bowel movement. So, and also for drinking Pu-Erh tea, when you drink any tea mindfully, it's good for your mental and physical health. So just for a calm, relaxed moment, it's always good, right?
Something that I think you touched on was the aging process. So with the raw Pu-Erh, I heard, please correct me,
Okay.
it was 70 years for it to finish its fermentation process, or to slow down to such a pace that you couldn't really taste the difference anymore with a raw Pu-Erh.
Okay.
Yes?
70 is interesting number. Like depends what kind of stage, what kind of flavor you enjoy.
Okay.
Vintage Pu-Erh tea. It's like what kind of age man you like.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Did you have a question?
Oh, I mean, do you want to? So I want to mention a little.
Okay, sorry.
So it's not always the Pu-Erh tea. The older, the better. Anything has a time they fade, demise. So when a Pu-Erh, so the oldest Pu-Erh tea in Forbidden City Museum, the color looks beautiful, but it tastes less. So the flavor fade. Nothing is after 100 years.
Oh.
So it's not always the older the better. And my personal experience, I noticed some single area, like more simple blended Pu-Erh tea, raw Pu-Erh. The 5 to 10 years is more like a golden time for the flavor. After 10 years, it start to fade a little bit. Yeah, like, but if 7542, maybe I would say I enjoy the 20 to 40 years. This is middle area is tastes better.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's very
Depends on how complex or how rich this tea got.
So I'm curious,
Yeah.
You said you were researching poisonous Pu-Erh, basically. What did you find out?
Oh, that's in the rural area, like people very poor, and some of the people in the Tibetan old time in 1990s, they drinking very low quality Pu-Erh tea made from really big leaves, not from like not well take care of environment. also have lots of chemical things from the earth. And the way the people drinking the tea is they boiling the tea again, makes the fluoride, the chemical like elements, fluoride in the tea. Yeah, too much, release too much. They boiling it, so release a lot into the tea, and make those people who drink this kind of people, their bone is too stiff.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the younger kids, their teeth get decayed very early, and the old people, the bone is. You see lots of Tibetan people like can't stand up.
Yeah.
Their bone is kind of too much fluoride in their daily, like the water they drink. They are boiling the tea again and again. But for you drink Pu-Erh tea, if you just drink steep, it's not a big problem. And Pu-Erh tea is already kind of a special things for Chinese people. The value is increased a lot, so people well protect the environment. People care about the areas they make money.
Yeah.
Yeah, the environment kind of awareness increase a lot in Yunnan.
I have another question, if that's all right.
Yeah.
So when you taste a young Pu-Erh, a young raw Pu-Erh, and it's very bitter,
Mm-hmm.
how do you know if it's going to, because I've had some older Pu-Erhs that I thought were still very, very bitter. So how do you know if it will change over time and mellow or not?
So first I said it shouldn't have the taste like a green tea. Right, the aroma like a green tea, okay? And also the bitterness in the tongue is not lingering really long, stay there. It's turned to sweetness after. Yeah, and then when you drink the tea, you feel has nice kind of energy. Even it's young, they should still have the chi, the energy you feel from the tea. And the colors, it's not like a really light and pale. It should be rich. But if you don't have the experience to judge it, the most trustful thing is just trust the formula. Yeah, like a 7542, 75, like a 7532, very classic. Yes, please.
Is color an indication of the quality? Like if it's lighter versus darker?
The older one, the color getting a bit darker, but it should be good pour. No matter it's ripe or raw, the color should always be bright, not pale dark, like a really dark. Like should be always had like a bright color. It's like wine, similar.
Well, that's all the time we have, but thank you so much, Keira. And is there any way that our viewers and an audience here can maybe buy some tea off you? Is Keira's Tea Cellar?
Yeah, Keira's Tea Cellar. It's easy, right? So it's not like just me collect the tea. It's my husband and the family, I don't know, collect the tea. So we share some of the tea with the people, friends here, just because I have lots of old tea customer and friends and students. So they said, oh, just call Keira's Tea Cellar.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, make it easy to remember.
Perfect.
So if you Google, it's quite easy to find us. And feel free to send us about a question about the Pu-Erh tea. And if we are located in White Rock, so if you visit White Rock, maybe contact me. We can catch up something. I would like to meet some Pu-Erh friends. Yeah. And I know some of them sitting back. See them several times. And also, just be brave to try different things. And sometimes it's okay. I paid lots of money for tuition. And you will learn from the mistake as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we are located at the entrance, so feel free to visit us. I want to show you maybe the stickers, how to tell it's a real Dai tea or fake Dai tea. And if you want to try what's a good young Pu-Erh, raw Pu-Erh should taste like, maybe you can come and make a little bit of tasting. Okay.
Thank you so much, Keira. 谢谢你。
谢谢. Thank you for all the Victoria Tea Festival friends.
Thank you, everybody, for coming, and thanks you for everybody watching online. It's been such a successful day, and I wish you all could be here with us to see the beautiful displays and booths and all the volunteers. I would like to give a huge thank out to volunteers because without your help, none of this would be possible. And again, we're a nonprofit organization, so if you feel like donating on the button here, all the money goes 100% to making this festival happen and bringing amazing speakers to share their knowledge. So thanks very much, and we'll be back in 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
谢谢。 Cutie. Oh. Is it because? Sorry, I'm too close to the TV, maybe.
I think so.
Yeah. Hi, 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 hi. 1, 2. It's loud. Oh.
Lower the volume on the volume. Just reduce the volume on the TV.
All right, you're on the tech support now.
Just go higher.
Amazing.
Excellent.
You're in.
Okay.
Thank you everyone for bearing with us.
So I'm going to take off the mute button.
Oh, you turned me on?
Yep.
It's on already.
Don't curse anymore.
Hers was. Yeah, you want to take mute off. Yeah. Awesome. Okay, check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Okay. Ooh, okay. That's maybe it's because we're in front of the speakers. Maybe if I'm back here. Yeah. Yeah, they're sensitive. Okay. Well, let's stand over there with them. Yeah. There we go. Oh, to the yeah. Okay, we're good. All right. We are.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the 8th annual 2023 International Tea Appreciation Society's Victoria Tea Festival Revival.
What a mouthful.
I know, and it's so wonderful that we're here with the 4 of us standing here. And I would love to, first of all, I want to thank all our volunteers today. Without all the volunteers, we've had an exceptional group of volunteers. Without their help, none of this would be possible, right from the front door to helping getting all the power and the water to all the tea stands. And I also want to thank all the vendors who've made their way to Victoria. And I'd also really like to thank Miyu and Jared for JagaSilk. And Jared and Miyu both are like, oh no, JagaSilk's not in, we don't, but you're offering your space for us to keep warm and this area, and have also anchored the tea community in Victoria for many, many years. And I think that deserves some appreciation and acknowledgement.
That's very sweet.
And we also have Pedro from O5 Tea here, who's a true pioneer in tea hunting, and it's been a real honor to get to know you better and hear your stories. And so I just am grateful to be here with these people and also with all of you. And this is our last presentation today. And these 3 lucky cats got to go to Bhutan and were invited by the government to meet with farmers. I'm going to let them give you the details because they were there. And this is our next and final workshop and presentation for today. Jared will introduce the film, and then they'll talk a little bit about their trip, and they made a documentary.
We did, yeah. And before we get into it, though, we'd love to make just a quick land acknowledgement, I believe.
Oh, we can do that now.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's really important to acknowledge whose land we're standing on here today. And we didn't do it at the beginning of the tea festival, and I felt I felt embarrassed that I didn't remember, and I'm really sorry about that. And here we are at the end, and I think it's as good a time as any to acknowledge that we're here, and we're on the land and the unceded territories of the Algonquin people, represented by the Wasanich, Esquimalt, and Songhees nations, and how we, as the Tea Festival Society, would like to take that a step forward is we'll be donating $50 today from our donations to the local Friendship Center, because we all need to take part in reconciliation in our own way.
Yeah.
So thank you for helping us honor that.
Oh, amazing. Thank you so much. Yeah, and we're we are very excited to present this documentary to everybody. So thank you, Jen. We're going to launch pretty much right into it. We've shown this documentary a number of times, but this is our editor, Mark, over here, and Mark has done such a fantastic job bringing it together. I'm so excited to share this with you, and what a beautiful trip it was. I want the documentary to kind of speak for itself, but one of the really cool things I want you to know is that one of the producers that's on the documentary, Migma, will be joining us live from Bhutan after the documentary, and she'll be part of a bit of a conversation that we'll be having. So that's really exciting. I don't know if there's any other words that you guys want to add before we launch into it, but.
You did everything, man.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. I guess we're good to
Thanks for
go.
doing our job.
Okay, then let's rock the documentary. In your perspective, Pedro, how did this Bhutan Tea Delegation happen and why?
Well, the most important reason for going to Bhutan was we're fascinated with the idea of Bhutan. We said, well, we don't know too much about Bhutanese tea, and the answer was, well, let's find out. It does have a business purpose. We will do business with it, and we will help the folks in Bhutan also do business. But there was this very, very strong gut feeling of, well, we have to go there because nobody goes to Bhutan, because it's the roof of the world. It has the highest mountains in the world, or it's close to the highest mountains in the world. In many ways, these guys live like nobody else on earth. I think we went to Bhutan because we had to go to Bhutan.
We got to go to Thimphu, and our host was Jamyang, but he is the deputy chief of marketing and commerce.
Here with Jamyang-san, or Mr. Jamyang, with the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock. He's our host and showing us all around Bhutan, and he's a dangerous man.
We went to visit the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, and that was really the first thing we did after we arrived.
And then I'm going to whisk vigorously, and we make it nice and frothy.
And we walked into a full-on government meeting of this tea delegation. I think, for me, that's when shit got real. We're here, it was beautiful, I'm like kind of in awe, I'm in this dreamlike state, but then suddenly we're meeting the government. It was pretty cool.
It's not just meeting the government. We're meeting the government in a fort. It's an ancient fort, like a few hundred years old, and that's the government building. And we're meeting the people, and they're dressed like they were dressed, back in the early 20th century. It's a window in time. It felt really cool. It was an ancient fort, and we were the only ones dressed as foreigners.
We were meeting with the Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock. We had an opportunity to make them tea. We had an opportunity to learn. And that's when we learned, I think that's the first time we learned that Suja isn't necessarily Camellia sinensis. And sometimes it's made with these leaves or those leaves. And suddenly our world had just opened right up. Like this wasn't then just about Camellia sinensis anymore. This was bringing in what the locals call local tea, but would be called herbal teas anywhere else. But that was a learning moment. When we visited the mountain of Tashila, and we were so high, what was that, like 4,000 meters above sea level? This trip to the Lhamo family on the mountain of Tashila was something that was put together and organized by the ministry. So the government, Jamyang actually knew Migma, and was talking about our delegation, and Migma has stepped up and said she really wanted to have us visit and have this whole workshop essentially on Suja just ready for us, and it was pretty cool. We show up and they have this amazing array of herbs, their local tea that they've harvested that they use for making their Suja. They're showing us the different leaves, and they're telling us the different names in Dzongkha for those leaves.
This one is Jagilama.
Yes, but this and this are the same?
This one is Robjima.
Robjima.
Yes.
Robjima.
And this one is Sunachujaro.
We're seeing something that we see everywhere we go after that is bowls of puffed, lightly roasted rice and these crackers that you're supposed to have with it. And they were just kind of showing it to us, and they were showing us the process for making it, and that was so much fun. We got to see the process of churning up that tea into a real bona fide Suja. And you got a chance to use the churn, and I got a chance to use the churn, and you and Jeremy. Auntie was the star, hey? Like, she was just...
Auntie Lhamo is, she's a hero.
I think the significance of the Suja that we had at the Lhamo family and that whole presentation was a very real, strong reinforcement of something that was hinted at or discussed at the government meeting. It was that we are not necessarily restricting ourselves to Camellia sinensis. That was the big takeaway. A huge visual and flavor reinforcement of that fact that Suja is so much, it's inclusive but more than Camellia sinensis.
I think that we just realized how strong the culture is, because what is fascinating was that the culture never stopped. They kept drinking Suja. They just pretty much used whatever they had at hand, and it was not an industry. It was more every family making the stuff that they need.
It's really, really good.
To me, the most fascinating thing was how strong the tea culture, you call it Camellia, call it whatever, but originally they were drinking Camellia, and they were aging some of those bricks in the monasteries.
Right.
But you know, if you don't have the main ingredient, the key part of your tea culture, the culture never stopped. They simply used alternatives, and they kept their traditions alive. Among tea geeks, we're oftentimes extremely picky about what is tea and what is not tea. The Camellia plant is very near and dear to our hearts. I think that what was really enlightening about the folks in Bhutan is there is no such difference. For them, tea is the heart. It's the essence of what they're doing. It's the culture that they're practicing. Traditionally, it may have started with the Camellia plant, but they practice this culture with the Camellia plant or without the Camellia plant. We can conclude that tea, or cha in this case, is a concept. It's a practice, which is fascinating. You know, it's sometimes expressed with a certain plant and sometimes with a different plant.
That morning, we decided to go for a walk, and it was Migma who decided to join us, and then her father, who's an older guy, really full of energy, decided to join us as well. And it ended up turning into a very memorable walk, them showing us the different plants, good conversation, seeing different areas of the neighborhood up on top of the mountain of Tashila. And then we got to visit this amazing plateau. The plateau had been sort of designated as an area that they're going to build an airport, but they decided that they're not going to build an airport. because underneath the plateau is an underground lake. Now, you can only imagine, though, how exciting that is. Really, you're up in the Himalayas, you're 4,000 meters above sea level, and there's a plateau with an underground lake. Like, that kind of growing condition, pretty cool. I would hazard that you probably can't find that very easily around the world. And we got to go see what they call local tea, which was more of an apple leaf. And it was just an incredible area, a very unusual growing landscape. And the idea that they've been harvesting from these particular trees, they don't just find like a similar tree somewhere else. The whole community goes, particularly for making suja, they're harvesting from these particular trees what looked to be like a cousin of a cherry or an apple. And I think the government, when they were talking about apple leaves, this may have been the kind of tree that they were talking about. I think what was really significant about the plateau was that particular growing environment. The idea that you have this plateau at 4,000 meters above sea level, that you have a really unusual bog-like quality to the landscape. You have a community that's been harvesting these leaves from before they can remember. Like, they don't have like, oh, we just started harvesting these like a couple generations ago. They've been harvesting for suja for as long as they can remember. They really felt the need, even though they knew that we were in a pretty big hurry, it was very important to share this place with us, and felt that it was really important to show this area to us. It became important to us, I think, because it was important to them. And I think analytically, just a very unusual environment for something to grow. And I don't know if you could find that anywhere else in the world.
We arrived at the tea center. There's a community center in Samcholing a bit later than what we expected. We started with a very, very formal greeting.
Enjoy the short stay here in Samcholing and enjoy our local teas.
The meeting at the beginning was very formal, and we had the whole community coming and starting with speeches and card exchanges.
When we have a big gathering, a special occasion, we have VIPs visiting, guests visiting, so they come together, then drink the offer, and they drink together, sing together, then that is called Sokchang. Sokchang.
I think that there are a few things that get people together and that open people up as much as a giant fire. I think food and fire are extremely ancient ingredients to have a good time and making friends. And we had Jared, who is probably like twice as tall as pretty much anybody around there, dancing around the fire with the local folks. I think seeing people dancing and drinking and eating makes things less formal and makes it more open for conversations. The moment that we revealed ourselves as also potentially friendly human beings, I think things just started going uphill. What we're going to do next, how we can collaborate with each other to create a beautiful project out there in Samcholing.
It felt very special. Like, there was a lot of intent behind that moment. I think it was important to everybody who was there, and that was at least the feeling I got, and it stays with me. It's a very memorable imagery.
Samcholing was partly what made the whole trip happen. Samcholing is the home of the largest community of tea growers in Bhutan, and specifically where our friend Mr. Mr. Lobsang and his wife, Miss Dechen, live and work. It is this community that got us the invitation to go to Bhutan. They make a smaller quantity of tea than pretty much any micro farm that we can find across Japan. However, they are making enough tea that you and I can buy and share with a decent number of customers across North America. They have slightly larger production. They really care about quality and learning. And one of the things that's fascinating about these folks is they're avid to learn, because it's not that they have a 300-year-old tradition of doing what they do. They're always looking for things to do better. One of the things that we provided as feedback was, well, guys, what you do, the kind of fermentation that you do is already fascinating, and we are here to learn about it. Just, they asked us, for example, who do you know abroad that can come and teach me, and teach me how to make better oolong tea, for example.
Yes.
And we provide a few examples and say, I think that this person and this person, we can invite them and we can work with them to make better oolong tea. But you can be teachers. In turn, you can go to Taiwan or China and visit some of our friends and teach about fermentation.
Because when we were making tea and cupping it, they were really interested in how we were tasting them and how we were testing them and understanding our perspective. But they did seem very uncertain in what they were making. And I hope that what we were able to contribute is exactly what you just said, which is, I hope we were able to contribute, hopefully an increase in confidence, because they're doing something very unique and very special that they can give back, and that others would do well to learn, because it's a delicious style and it's very different. And to have that be a part of, what do we call this? Is this a dark tea? Do we have a genre for it?
I think it's dark, based on the fact that it's fermented. It's an aerobic fermentation, and it has certain similarities with Hunan or Sichuan Heicha. So yes, I would call this a dark tea. In the case of Samcholing, it is made with a camellia plant. Right. It may also include other plants like a mistletoe as a minor ingredient, which adds certain flavor.
Which is interesting. It's its own thing. I think a big takeaway is there was a palpable desire from the community that we provide some insights, because they're so interested in upping their game, and they're hoping that we could help with that process. But we were also there for it at the same time, really wanting to say, look, what you're doing already, especially with this very unique Bhutanese tea, is really special, really awesome. The whole Samcholing trip, I think, was key because of the Camellia sinensis perspective, but also because they're the ones, like you said, that got us there in the first place. And they're the ones who, like you said, introduced us to this hardwood ash boil and understanding that a little bit more. Right. Yeah, it was pretty cool. Himalayas, hanging out in
Tea
the tea garden in Bhutan. This is in Trongsa. Oh man, it's so cool. It's so cool. I can't believe it. Look at the clouds. That's the cloud line. That's how high up we are. The clouds. We got a chance to visit their tea garden and walk around, and it was so beautiful. They have a really interesting way of cultivating their tea. A lot of the farms that we visit really focus on clonals. So what they'll do is they'll clip cuttings, and then to have the same flavor produced all the time, they'll actually plant the cuttings. This farm, they just basically let the plants go to seed, and when those seeds drop, they produce young plants, and then they actually bring those and they transplant them to a different area in the farm. And so they're growing their tea garden in a very different way than we've seen in our travels. Now, I'm sure that there are other countries in the world that do it this way, but for us, it was a really unique opportunity to see that. We traveled to Bhutan. We arrived at a farm, an herbal farm, that the government really wanted us to see the partnership there that's doing their herbal tea growing has got a lot of support. There was a lot of excitement to show this space to us, and it was very interesting.
Quality of the herbs is incredible. Just the high altitude and the quality of the earth and the care that these guys are placing on processing the herbs, pretty much just with sunlight. I think the quality of the herbs is great. We just need to find a way to make it commercially feasible, but the quality of the herbs is really high.
It ended up being a really good experience to meet these people. They were very organized, they were lovely people. They also showed us around their space. They showed us the St. John's wort, the chamomile, the mint, the various herbs that they're growing.
I wanted to highlight the quality, the very high quality of the ingredients that we have over there, either farmed or foraged.
I didn't know that St. John's wort grew in the wild in Bhutan. I didn't know that was a thing. It was very interesting to learn that could be a foraged ingredient. They did grow it locally. They were farming a wild St. John's wort that they brought to their farm, but it originated in the wild. And the suja that they were making was a single ingredient suja that was entirely made from this Bhutanese St. John's wort. And they were using a recipe that was shared with them by a village elder that lived a little bit further away, and we were able to go visit her and learn a lot from her. They brought us over to the elder that taught them how to make the suja, which we were super interested in. That was really not planned, and they were totally game to do it. And we got to go over there, and she was busy because she's about to go and harvest. She got a license for harvesting cordyceps, and she was packing groceries to send to drop off points by yak. So she was packing the yak, and she agreed though to meet with us and shared some suja, had a good dialogue on her process.
And she's also skilled in fermenting and distilling ara. If you have a cup, she would fill it, and then you would have to drink it because it's rude not to drink what you're being served. Yeah. However, there is one way around it. Mr. Jamyang very smartly offered his hand instead of a cup, and then you have a little bottle of arak in your hand, and that's what you have to consume.
One of my favorite quotes that she said that was translated for us was, "I can't handle any more, just a tiny, tiny little bit in the cup." And she filled it brimming to the top, and with a big smile, she says, "We're not enemies." And I couldn't argue with that. It did feel like a beginning. There are so many questions that we still have and that were created by going to Bhutan. I think going in, we had this kind of rough idea that we were going to learn a little bit more about suja. We imagined that it would be mostly from Samchuling, I think. And we were hoping that we might even find more tea gardens in the country. We weren't sure if we would. And I think having left, it's a lot of those questions. What is suja? What is butter tea? We've definitely developed that a little bit further, but man, we've opened up Pandora's box of questions. Like, there's just so much we don't know now. And so for sure, it is the beginning of ideally a very long-term relationship. And going into this trip, we were hoping to learn about suja. We were hoping to connect with the people at Samchuling. And as we leave, I think we've done that and so much more. We had an incredible connection with the people at Samchuling, but we also got to go to the mountain of Tashila. We got to go and visit this herbal tea farm and meet this elder. We got to visit all of these different holy sites. We saw mountain passes with incredible views, and it just grabs your soul and fills you with so much meaning.
I think that some people are great at learning from books, and they're great at doing business on Zoom, doing things remotely. I don't qualify as such. I am still just driven to climb a mountain and hang out with folks and smelling the tea field and eating what they're eating. That's pretty much how I'm. I think we share that. I think that's how we're wired.
For me, same as you, going there is what makes it real. And to be able to do this is inspiring on a really deep level.
You and I believe you share this too, is this kind of project is just so deeply meaningful, and physically going there is a critically important part of that.
I think we all left with the idea that this is just the beginning, and that we're starting a project with our friends in now different places in Bhutan, but this is just the start. I think this is just of a project, of a long-term project with Mr. Jamyang and the Ministry of Agriculture and our friends up in the mountains. I would very much like this to be the stone on which we build something larger.
Big gratitude to Jamyang and Pedro, really, 05 team, inviting us along, turning this into a delegation. Feels very powerful to be a part of it. Pema and the Lhamo family and the folks at Samcholing, I could tell that a lot went into this trip, not just from the government, but from the folks that we were visiting, that there was a lot of energy and intent, and it felt amazing to be greeted this way and treated this way, and we really want to respond to that. It was a amazing experience.
Get Migma on the line. She's with the Lhamo family, and we're gonna talk to her a little bit and have her join us here.
Mm-hmm.
And while Mark's just figuring that out, yeah, for me, I don't know about you guys, but it's really meaningful to watch through that again. It brings up a lot of memories.
It does?
Yeah.
How long was the trip? A week.
Yeah, it was
just a week.
How long ago?
Oh, May.
Yeah.
May this year. Yeah, you guys were a couple of extra days, right? You stayed a couple of extra days in Bhutan.
Yes. Yeah, we were a total of 10 days, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
6. And we had a guy who had an accident because he drank water in Kathmandu, and he got hepatitis. And it was complicated. Yeah, hepatitis in Bhutan is not something you want to have.
Are we in?
But he's recovered and he's fine now.
Okay, please join now.
Yeah. There was a bit of stress.
If you look carefully, he's sleeping on a couch in the background a few times.
Yeah. I tried to hide him as much as possible.
Yeah, he took some good pictures, but you know,
yeah,
the guy had hepatitis.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm.
So we're just trying to get her on. She is available. She's just clicking the link, I guess, to join us.
So about Migma,
Yeah.
she lives 4,000 meters above sea level, and you saw her house. The place is incredible.
Yeah.
The whole family is just extremely welcoming.
Yeah.
She's the youngest of 10 kids, and she's amazing. So among the really cool things that she did was she recorded the whole process of making suja, and she sent us like little videos on WhatsApp, and she wrote in English and Dzongkha the names of all the plants. And she wrote like 9 plants that can be used to make tea.
I love
So we have pictures,
Jagadama.
and we have Dzongkha script in English. So she's...
Oh, there she is.
There's that girl.
Amazing. Hello? Well, there we are. You can, it's the top X, I think. If you. Oh, okay. Oh, hello, hello. Hello, Migma? Can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Oh, hey, hello. Wonderful. Lovely to have you join us. Thank you so much. It's very early for you.
It's 5 in the morning for her.
5 in the morning? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you okay. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining us. And I know we did some preparation yesterday. We were in here late, and you were very kind to join us for the test call, etc. So, yeah, we just watched a documentary about our trip to visit you. So, but yeah, again, thank you so much for joining us. Did you you had some questions that you had thought of for Migma that would be really helpful?
Yeah. So I think that all of us are very interested in knowing. First and foremost, we consider you the #1 authority of herbal suja that we know. So Migma was saying that, I am no expert, but honestly, she knows a lot. So we wanted to hear your story on how you learned and who did you learn from. Just foraging all these plants and fermenting, and you're the youngest of 10 kids. But who did you learn from your older siblings? Did you learn from your parents? And how long ago? How old were you when you started learning?
Okay. Thank you for the question. Before we start, first, for example, from Bhutan, I am Hmong, and I would like to extend my warm wishes to all of you for the Victoria Tea Festival. And I remember my mother was teaching me about tea learning, about the tea plants management when I was young, and I was used to go and collect materials with my mother. And later I didn't spend that much time in the village after finishing my school, and I miss out to learn more about the tea plants. And I don't remember the year, but I left my small job to be with my mother. Right. At chronic illness. So in 2000, I think, yeah, this year, the last May month, the Minister of Agriculture coordinated by Mr. Jennifer Maksymetz, and along with all the OT5 and my village for the Tea Delegation. This rekindled my interest in tea, and I learned more about tea from our local people, especially from my older sister. So I'm thankful to all of you for this opportunity.
Oh, okay. So you learned from many people. You learned from a bit from your father, from your mother, from your older siblings, and you're also. So that's when did you start learning? How old were you when you started learning about the tea?
I think I was 12 years old.
12 years old. Okay, nice. Started at 12. Okay, yeah.
Now I'm already 27.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So, did you have another question? No. Okay. Yeah, okay. So you're 12 years old, and now you're also going to a herbal school, right? You're studying about traditional medicine.
Yes. Yes.
Is that
Buddhist traditional medicine.
is this helping with your suja preparation as well, or is it not related? It's very different.
Not related.
Okay.
It's for our health. It's for our health. Yeah.
Okay.
Therapy medicine.
Therapy medicine. Okay.
So making tea all day at the festival, and we've been serving some Bhutanese tea. And one of the questions that we get the most is, when do you drink it? Do you drink this? You drink suja in the morning, noon, night, at home, up in your parents' home? When do you drink suja?
Thank you so much for the question. I used to drink once. I used to drink suja once in a day, mostly in evening. But maximum of the people, they prefer to drink morning and evening, as this is a part of their dietary habits. Dietary habits. Typical breakfast consistent of rice, suja, easy. It's something spicy. I think Jerry and me who must experience it. And also they prefer to drink suja in the morning with some buffet rice as well as with some biscuits. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And probably one more. So I think the folks in our audience don't speak with Bhutan folks on a very frequent basis. So would anybody have a
question for Migma?
Something in specific to ask our topmost authority of herbal suja?
Okay.
Yeah.
Question. Okay. Let's.
How's the weather like?
The weather in Bhutan.
How's
Okay.
the weather like in your hometown, Migma?
From the audience, one of the audience watching, they want to know how is the weather in your area right now.
Yeah. Feeling cold right now. Yes.
Okay, fantastic. We had another question.
Yeah, in the preparation at one point, it looked like some sort of fat was being put in, and when it said butter tea, is there another ingredient in that isn't herbs or whatever? Like, what's the origin of the translation?
Okay.
Butter tea.
So the question is, I think the recipe, I guess. Like, what is it that you're putting in when you make suja? I mean, yeah, we were having it with butter, I guess, and you made the. Do you want to talk a little bit about the way that you make a good suja?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
I think the question is more related how to prepare it. So there was boiling, and there was boiling of the herbs, and then that was transferred into another container where it was mixed with butter and a pinch of salt. Would you please? Is that the?
Yeah, I was just wondering what the. Butter,
yes.
yak butter, what is it?
Yeah. How do you? What kind of butter do you use? What kind of ingredients do you use to put in that thing and mix and serve to your guests?
Oh, okay. All you need it's four simple ingredients. One is our Bhutanese tea leaf.
Of course.
And another cow butter, unsalted butter or cow butter. The more butter, the stronger the suja is. And yeah. One is salt, water, and suja, and another one is tea leaf. All you need are four ingredients.
Okay.
When you prepare a tea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a simple recipe.
Yeah, and then you put it in the churn, right? And then you churn it, and sometimes the jatu.
Yes. Yeah, and then bring the water to a boil. When the water starts boiling, and add some suja tea leaves to the boiling water,
Mhm.
and then let it simmer for a minute, and then afterward remove the tea leaves. So you can do this with a steamer at this point, and the tea should be dark brown in the color, and add butter, add salt to taste, and churn the tea. Or you can use blender to mix it.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay. Amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your family made delicious suja.
I have a question for you too. Could you do you think you could? You're our expert, and it's really nice to hear you talking about how you do these different things. But could you talk a little bit about just how you make the tea leaves? How you make them? You harvest different leaves, and then what is that process?
First, the process of tea leaves. We call as shinja tea leaves. Tea means ja, and shin means tree. Shinja.
Okay.
And firstly, the tea plant components are mixed and cut it into 2 to 3 centimeter pieces with a knife to speed up preparation, and baking soda observation, and then chop the plant material is boiled for 5 to 10 minutes, 10 minutes to remove dirt and enhance the baking soda observation, and then it's a sun dry for 1 to 3 days, and the material is dry further to reduce moisture for storage, and yeah, depending on the plant and preference, the raw material is cooked to cooked in baking soda or ash water for another 30 minutes, another 30 minutes to an hour, until it turns dark brown.
Okay.
So it's sun dry for an additional week to prevent fungal growth before being stored in an airtight container.
Like dry it really well.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Fair.
Thank you.
Thank you. So sometimes it's baking soda, but sometimes it's ash water.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So some communities are using ash water, and yeah, it's interesting to see. But it's a very good flavor. So thank you. Okay. And do you have any other questions from the audience? Are we good? Yeah.
If anybody has ever thought about drinking that ash water, don't.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
We kept that out of the video, but
we tried, and you know.
It was
let's make tea.
Yeah, they tricked me into trying it, and
yeah.
It was my.
I had a first sip.
Yeah. It's disgusting.
He didn't want to try it.
And you want to try? Yeah.
But he did. Stefan.
It was terrible.
I forced him to try.
Is there a difference in like the end result of the suja with the churning and then with the other tool? Because there was the tool that you were spinning.
Yeah, kaja.
Yeah.
And then there was the churning. Is there a difference in the two? Does it change the end result?
Migma, so the question is, when you use the traditional churn to make suja, or when you use your chatu.
So the two styles.
The two styles.
The churn or the jatu.
Is the flavor any different? Do you prefer any of those?
Not that much. Yeah, I think the flavor is the same.
The flavor is similar? Is the flavor...
Is the texture different or the flavor different when you use the chatu or the big churn? Very similar.
No, it's same.
It's the same, okay. So the purpose of the big one is for more people? It makes more suja?
Yes, this is the traditional, this is the culture, yeah.
Most traditional.
Churn.
it's difficult to find those.
Mm.
If you go to the market, they don't sell those
Yeah.
guys anymore.
Okay. Yeah.
But all people use that Jan.
Chajan.
Jajang.
Yeah, Chajan is cool.
Jasum. But it's difficult to know. I know.
Thank you. We have one more question here.
Would, like, because it's got the camellia in it, is this a drink that is only drank by adults, or does everybody in the family drink the suja?
Oh, in their case, there is no camellia.
Yeah, that was what was really unusual.
In this particular case, there are 9 plants, out of which 0 is camellia.
In that case, yeah. In Samcholing, which is a different tea cooperative, it was they do use camellia, but this one is.
The question, but I think it's still a valid
Yeah,
question.
yeah,
So, is everybody in the family, even babies, drinking suja?
Is it family friendly?
Or is it mostly for older people?
Yes. All the family and even the baby, they start to drink suja.
Perfect.
Okay, there you go. Okay.
Even baby drinks suja.
Amazing.
It's good. You drink some of that and you're not cold. If it's like chilly outside and you drink suja, you're ready to go. And
it's true. Yeah, and then the Himalayas, the Highlanders drink. They say something like 30 cups of suja in a day, for the calories to just power through their mountain walking. So, yeah, it's good for the energy, right? Lots of calories and makes you strong.
Thank you so much for joining. Probably the last thing to ask you is, do you have any question for all the crazy folks on this side of the world?
Do you have any questions for Victoria?
But other than that, we're very thankful that you joined.
And not that much, yeah. Because today is my first time hosting an online thing, so I'm not very contributing.
Oh no, you're doing wonderful. Thank you, Migma. It's very, very nice. Okay.
I apologize if there are any mistake when I speak. Yeah.
Thank you. We hope next year we can have you here in Victoria, so you can hang out with everybody.
Yeah, we almost had a delegation from Bhutan.
We almost had a few
so
folks
close,
from Bhutan coming.
But maybe next year. Yeah, but thank you so much, Migma, for joining us, and yeah, huge appreciation. Awesome. Okay, thank you. Goodbye, Migma.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much for inviting me to this online meeting. And I'm genuinely appreciate all of your interest in our this traditional. All of you are our dress code, yeah.
Oh,
and
okay.
I want to extend my best wishes to each and every one of you for the Victoria Tea Festival today. And I hope you thoroughly enjoy it, and I look forward to welcoming you to Bhutan once again, where you can explore more about our fascinating tea plants. Thank you so much for inviting me today. So, yeah, enjoy it.
Oh, thank you. 다시 카딘체라. Okay. Okay. Fiona, awesome. Okay. Bye. Okay. Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Okay. Well, yeah. Thank you, everybody. For I don't know if we want to get Jen back up here for the end here.
For the end here. The end is near.
The end is here. But yeah, I think we had
It was a success.
And we had a really nice time. Yeah, I hope everybody enjoyed the tea festival this year. We had a lot of new components, and
there was a great turnout there.
Yeah.
I came out quite a few times, and I couldn't believe how many people of all ages were out enjoying the different merchants, and there was food, and there were
The Teapot Gallery, that
the
was
Teapot Gallery was gorgeous. And who won the championship?
Oh, that would have been what was her name? Was it Karen? Rachel won the tea championship.
No way.
Yeah, she's the world champion.
She's the world champion.
Yeah.
That's right.
That was
Internationally known.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think, and she even won a tea kettle.
Nice.
So yeah.
Oh.
So,
Excellent.
yeah,
Right.
exciting about that. Yeah, and then we had our tea symposium. I think we had some hiccups, but you guys stuck with us, and we figured it out. And
I think it went smooth. I learned a lot.
yeah, I'm really looking forward to watching it. And I don't know if everybody here knew this, but this is again being archived onto YouTube, so you can go and any talks that you did miss, you can go and check them out on our YouTube channel. VicTeaFestRevival.org is where you want to go and get that information, or you can just type in Victoria Tea Festival Revival into your YouTube search and find us. So yeah.
And we're going to be doing it again next year.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm going to come stand over here because I'm going with the TV. But we're gonna do the festival again next year. And so if anyone would like to volunteer or be involved, please be in touch online as well. And also, we're a nonprofit, so you can see on the screen there's a donate button, and if you'd like to contribute, it all helps to bring people like Migma, hopefully next year, or another tea expert from somewhere out in the world that's helping to cultivate tea culture for us all to enjoy. So,
Somebody from Malawi.
oh, wouldn't that be nice?
Cool. So
Thank you, everyone.
yeah, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful
Okay,
rest
bye.
of the day.